sikelela thina lusapho lwayo Murena buluka setšhaba sa Yesu o fedise dintwa le matšhenyego o se boloke setšhaba sa Yesu setšhaba sa South Africa die blauw van onze hemel die diepte van ons ciel. Eeuwige gebergtes, waar de kranse antwoord geeft. Songs the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Thank you. We may be seated. We may be seated. We may be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have got enough space. We do not want to see anybody standing there except the ushers. But the rest, please make yourself comfortable. We have got enough chairs. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to start with our program of the day. Like I've already indicated, we will be going live. If you have got the link with you there, please share the link. Share the link. We want all the people of the Free State to follow the Primary Education Summit. We want the people in all other parts of the country to join us. Just share that link for the people out there to be part of us. We are now moving on, as I indicated. We did not make any provision for a prayer, but I think that Magwa did splendid work. He did splendid work as he was leading us into the singing. But I think it will be appropriate that we also invite the God Almighty to be also in our midst to guide us through as we'll be journeying together from today up until Wednesday. Just with a short prayer, and that Magwa, if you can just lead us there in a short prayer so that we can start our session.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the care and love. We thank you for being our God, our Father. We say, with you, nothing can go against us. Thixo olungileyo sizibeka phambi kwakho. Nansi le nginginya ephambi kwakho Thixo olungileyo. Xolela izono zethu, susa ubugwenxa bethu. sithulungile kumkani wokungcwalisa. Kubo bonke uThixo akho njengawe. Wena Thixo uyingweletsheche uligwiba. Ezinsizini zethu iliso lakho liyabona. Xa sizawuqala lo msebenzi Thixo olungileyo, re beha baetapele ba rona pela hao Modimo. Ke yena MEC ya re eteletseng pele, mo fe matla o bo fe mohlale Modimo o lokileng. Re tseba Modimo ntle le wena ho le letho leo re ka le finyelang. Re ra thato ya o e etsahale lefatsheng le lehodimong. Re etelle pele he Modimo ya lokileng mosebetsing ona, o re fe bohlale ba ho bua ditaba tsa ho loka. Re kopa tsena lebitsong la Kreste ya ileng a re shwela, o fihlela a tsoha bafung. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Magwa. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you on the tables, you have got all the files. The information that is going to guide us is all in those files, the program, and all other information that you would need to know and you needed to have. The programs in the files, the programs in those files is the final program. Akere a re mane mo tla bontse o tla mo tshwantsa re kenya le malume kwana a fihlang. So this is the program that we are going to follow. Ushers, we do have got tables where they say they don't have the programs. Please just make sure that all the people in the hall do have got the program for the day. Please, let's make sure that we distribute the programs as agreed upon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want the ushers to finish with the distribution of the program so that we can get settled, because I want the moment I call people to the podium, we do not have the amendments. And that is why I have got the people here who don't have the program here. And then the later following. You are late. Maragere jatse bona ne bana o nkela le mong ya siko. A fitla di ba kentse le ka beke. Memotsapi, if you can this side there. I think we are now ready. You'll just raise your hand so that they are able to come closer to you. Memotsapi, fanta te dada mona, ke bona e salo motlola mahlo bana. Fanta te dada, ke yena. O bo fa le mme dada. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready We are ready. If we can maintain that silence, we are now ready to start. As you have your programs in front of you there, once again, this is the Primary Education Summit. You'll see the theme there with the colleagues wearing those overalls. At the back is written, Centering Primary Education. That is the theme for the next 3 days. On that note, I'm going to call upon the Acting Director for Primary Schools, Mayor T.D. Ralepedi, who's going to do the opening, welcome, introduction, and also the purpose. Why are we here? Why are we here? Let us all put our hands together as we welcome Mayor Ralepedi to welcome all of us.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Mokhobo. Honorable MEC, Head of Department, Senior Managers of the Department, officials from both province and district, teacher unions, principals, educators, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Lepetse hantle. It's a pleasure to see such a diverse and engaged group assembled here today for this important primary school education summit. We are gathered here to explore the challenges, celebrate successes, and chart a course for the future of our primary schools in our province. On behalf of the organizing team, everyone you see in this overall, you must know it's a member of the task team. So I am standing here also on behalf of them, led by our Chief Director, Dr. Mokhobo. I would like to extend a special welcome to our Honorable MEC, Dr. Mabuya, the Head of Department, Advocate Malawani, members of the senior management team of the department, teacher unions, our distinguished guests, including our sponsors. Thank you very much, sponsors, for making this day a success. Without you, we are indeed nothing. Principals and educators, your presence and contributions are invaluable to the success of this primary school education summit. This summit is more than just a gathering. It is actually a catalyst for the change. We aim to foster and create a platform for all the attendees who are here today. Some are watching online. We are here to engage in a comprehensive and collaborative dialogue, which is focused on enhancing the quality of primary school education, share good practices, and develop actionable strategies to address the evolving needs of our learners and educators. Our engagement for these 3 days will focus on the following 5 critical priorities. Number 1, enhancing the teaching and learning of mathematics. Secondly, enhancing teaching and learning of home languages. Thirdly, support foundational learning in mathematics and languages, creating a safe and conducive learning environment for teaching and learning. And lastly, inclusive education for sustainable development, and also promoting social cohesion. Program Director, by bringing together school leaders, educators, teacher union, school governors, and officials of the Department of Education, we can create a more dynamic and responsive educational ecosystem for all our primary schools. Let us embrace this new idea and challenge traditional approaches and work together to build a brighter future for the learners of the Free State. I invite all to actively participate in the next 3 days in this summit session, engage in thoughtful discussions, and forge connections with your fellow attendees. This also gives us the opportunity to network. Your insights and perspectives are crucial to the success of this event and advancement of primary school education. We must aim higher. Remember, we are in the center. Re beilwe bohareng. We are centered. We must reimagine and transform the primary school education into a passionate and rigorous process of individual and collective self-discovery and self-development, so that our learners in the Free State, our learners in the primary schools has the best opportunities to flourish in every sense. The theme as declared by our Honorable MEC, Dr. Maboya, centering primary education. There are lessons that we are going to learn. And thank you, Honorable MEC, for leading us with passion. The lessons to be learned from the summit must sharpen us to be able to develop each learner's capacity for learning the fundamental building blocks of knowledge that usually sum up as literacy, numeracy, and also scientific thinking. The Primary School Summit should help us to change our primary schools into inclusive, safe, healthy, and stimulating learning places. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of the Primary School Education Summit today. I am confident that the summit will be a productive and inspiring experience. Let's work together to make a lasting impact on our lives, on the lives of the learners, on the lives of the governors, on the lives of every citizen in the Free State Province. I wish you all a successful and enriching summit. Kinako. Time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ralepedi. Another round of applause. Time is now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for centering primary education. We are indeed welcomed, and we all now understand the purpose why we are here. Even those who thought that now understand. We are not really this meeting. We are centering primary education. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, Mayor Ralepedi and Ralepedi. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 days. Now we're going to have a sense of how we are performing as primary schools in the Free State, so that it also helps us to discuss and explore as candidates and come up with strategies that will take us forward. As welcome the demos to the stage.
Representative of the issue that is responsible for its management in the province, let me acknowledge the Minister for Education, Excellency MEC Dr. Mantlage Julia Maboya, accompanied with the Professor Advocate Torero Humphrey Malakwan, and the entire team of senior management from the department, led of course by Chief and myself. Let me acknowledge the presence of people who matter most, teachers. One of the road, if you want to touch the future, go to a teacher. That teacher must teach your children and touch the future. Let me acknowledge the presence of the district directors. I speak about that who are here present in the primary school summit. Our partners in education, colleagues, friends who are here in the first ever primary school summit. The MEC department is back on the road shows. The MEC was saying, not the MEC for grade 12, and the MEC for education. And education starts from birth until grade 12 in the basic education sector. I am sabotaged. I am sabotaged by time, but I am sabotaged. Here, it must be next to the city as well. So the sabotage is on. Department of Education adopted what I call the strategic vision. It must be understood by every teacher in our province, raising the bar. Every day in school, as a teacher, you are called to raise the bar, close the gaps, and supporting learners in all the grades. In the first state, every grade matters. Starting from your ECD, ECD matters in the first state. The MEC will join us under the theme centering primary education. They embark on a roadshow to rally the Free State community with her to understand that equal education begins in from birth up until 12 in basic education. I'm going to provide the overview of primary education, but understanding MET hashtag simply excellent. And one author, when they speak about excellence, they're saying excellence is an attitude. How you conduct yourself in an excellent manner. Hence excellence. I'm supposed to. Yeah. Give out some. Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to cover the most important thing, the constitutional obligation when it comes to education. We tend to take education for granted. We're part of an African Union. Goal number 1, there are 7, only one. It speaks about the role of education in Africa. That administration priorities, Mrs. which I want to now, the purpose of primary education. Why primary education? Why must everybody have this center of primary education? Why talk about you on primary education? The support to CDC is necessary. I can't leave you behind. The Pearson rule of thumb. CD centers, they are not grade up because of the bell important. Overall performance grade up to 7. SBE waiting. I don't think really teachers were taking this as waiting correct. We speak about assessment for learning. When SBE waiting have been provided to ensure that all teaching there is more than exams. I'm saying so because over the years, our performance remains the same despite the change in SBE waiting. Right. It can't be correct. It can't. Make sure that your teaching in school weighs more than end of the year exam. The Bible still fight for 12. The focus of literacy and numeracy. I'm going to focus on foundation rates. What is teaching? Our reality foundation rates. Real time evidence I have picked up when I went to schools. It's not to come anything, no. It's here to say how best can we correct. Let me say that an engagement with teachers. See the report. Maybe we must not think that it's glory schools. We must engage teachers to their side as well. Unless we blame them wrong. Mass outcomes in South Africa and learning poverty inside what I would conclude. Let me start here. I'm starting here because you are an advocate. Our constitution defines education as the right, as a right. Everyone has got the right to basic education, including adult basic education. Come on, this right is a direct right. ABC can take in court. In the event he does not provide books, he does not provide teachers, he are not taught. Because this is a direct right that must be seen through the law. FPT, state reasonable measures must make progressively available that FPT. Primary education is compulsory, that it must provide. Africa Vision 2063 goal number 1, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. To achieve that, it is saying it views primary education, including ECD, as crucial for sustainable socio-economic development. That Africa we want, which is prosperous, is upon quality primary education. I emphasize the importance of quality education, which focuses on literacy, numeracy, and foundational skills. When we speak about it is part of foundational skills. Yes, you would argue with me saying, in language, it is part of the language component, but we are saying, we are teasing it out to say it's a foundational skill that our learners must understand, including your ability to write. African states are committed to reduce primary school rate from 19% in 2022 to 11% in 2025. And by the way, I remember now, I forgot to add our hours in the province, about 4%. When I checked the stats over the weekend, it's 4% of kids who are not completing primary school. It's 4%. African states are also committed to ensure that 79% of teachers in pre-primary level for ECD and 85% at primary are trained. It's an obligation for them to realize what we term a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. These are the priorities of the Seventh Administration. But the point, why I'm bringing them here, I want to underscore the point, I won't read them, that the first three, they center primary education. They are more on your primary education, taking cue from African Agenda 2063. First three and others. Those three, they are more on your primary education. I'll pass them. MEC, when she joins us, and I like this vision, she said, I'm going to provide basic education of the highest quality, highest at the summit, which is inclusive and responsive. An inclusive education system teachers, once you, when you teach in a differentiated manner, so that every learner is taken care of, on board. Differentiated learner when you teach. It's responsive. It responds to learning styles of a child when you teach that child. Hence, an inclusive and a responsive education. Not only that, let me see one fair to say, in the province under my leadership, we developed a 5-year plan, including encompassing all different types of schools, from your technical school up until to your school of autism in the next 5 years. Why primary education? Why must we see about primary education? Primary education has got 3 fundamental objectives. The first one is to develop the to develop the thinking of the child in literacy and in numeracy. Primary education lays the groundwork for reading, writing, and mathematical skills, which are essential for future learning and participate in society. I spoke about African Union when it speaks about primary education. Hangwana bala account 1, 2, 3. That 1, 2, 3 is a beginning of a pattern. It scales up to become a geometric and arithmetic sequence in grade 10 and 12. That counting is a building block for advanced mathematics. You can't jump it. You can't. The second one is social and emotional development. Social skills. MEC launched this month a campaign around safety in schools. It's because the primary education, allow me to say that for a moment, did not discharge this function very well. Primary education provides a structured environment where children learn to interact with others, cooperate, not bully, cooperate, and develop social skills, moral values, caring, sharing. It is done in primary education. The third one, the last one, building foundations for future success. You can never succeed if primary education is not right. It lays base for further education. It provides solid base for students to pursue further education, secondary or higher education, lifelong learning, and future careers. It starts in primary education. KLO, we have this where kids must dress for a career in grade 7. They become like a doctor, like a policeman. You are building that sense of pride from primary education. Refix a more. If it's fixed there, we are in for a success. Now, I want to underscore the fact that the Pearson thumb states, when performance is measured, performance improves. When performance is measured and reported, the rate of improvement accelerates. That is why, without fail, every quarter, we converge in Kronstadt to go and report on performance. When it's reported upon, this means it accelerates, it gains momentum. when it's measured and reported upon. Now, I'm giving the account of how we perform. This I'll jump, is just the ECD, I'll jump it. The ECD in the province. Here is what we are providing for ECD in the Free State. My leader, Me Mudiba. This. Here is the name of the teachers in the ECD center. 0 to 18 years, the teacher there. 2 to 3 years, the teacher there. 3 to 4. Why this? The first 2 years before grade R before grade 1 are important. We are making sure that we check performance in the ECD center. I won't waste time there. Now grade R, because of the Bell Act, grade R here. Again, I won't waste any time. The red here is the number of grade Rs, schools that are not offering grade R, but I see a trade smash. We are saying, despite these schools not offering grade R in the province, we have our centers of offering grade R as well. But for me, HOD, what is worrisome is that these learners in these centers, 621, did not receive their grade R report as per the Bell Act. So we are saying, as we center primary education, it cannot be correct. A learner in the Free State, regardless of the institution of learning, that child has got the right to a basic education, a right. That child must be assessed accordingly. But the plans are afoot, to ensure that this one is achieved. You know my fight with you on this one. This one you must win it. Now here are the number of learners. Yes, I won't waste time there. Now, what made me happy, MEC, is when we reported on grade R. Grade R this year. Grade R, we gave a formal account for grade Rs in our school in the Free State because of the Bella Act. But you must remember, there are these learners, 6,415, Basi Komona, Batabatenga Malajuna, they must be there. They are part of us. Now, what you are seeing there, you are seeing a system that is rising, doing well. But our worry is you can't perform at 87%. Grade 1 you can. Look at grade R. They're at 94.6. It makes sense. Those young boys and young girls in grade R, they must only recognize numbers from 1 up until 10 and know them. Because of time, I won't give the proper stats there. But look at the performance. It's going down. ABC, Dr. Mabuya's concern, it can't be round. Learning is like investment, it's cumulative. When you've got money in the bank, that money endures interest. Learning must be like that. Learning must accumulate. It can't be correct. Not in our name. Hence, centering primary education. My story is here. And this fight I will win. That I want to ensure that grade 4, look at SBA weighting in grade 4, 80%. What does it mean? It means a child can pass grade 4 to 6 without writing an exam. If teaching is happening. Come on, Swamang. This results here. How can we be here when a child has got 80% of SBA? So I'm saying, as we center primary education, you must understand the importance and your role as teachers, making sure that our kids are passing. Now, what I did, I shared with the team, HOD, this slide here. I was saying to them, look at the SBA contribution, because I want to make my team and myself, we must face in the same direction. Now, SBA contribution there for me is very little. 55% pass in grade 4, raw marks to 63.8% means your SBA is denying us the pass. And I'm not saying, I'm saying, let the SBA do its part. Kids must pass. Look at SBA contribution for grade 7, 58%. it means there is no proper teaching taking place at the school level there. Let's improve it. Now, on this one, what I've done, I've taken the number of schools that must achieve 100% pass in grade 1. In Carib, we've got 49 schools. Of 49 schools, only 7 schools are able to pass all their learners. What we want to ensure that because SBA in grade 1 to 3 is 100% school-based. And you assess a learner continuously every day, every period. So we are saying, as we go back and engage in commissions, let's improve the performance. MET, 33. Over 3 years. Over 3 years, 33. Usually puts at 10, over 3 years. TMET, 19. Federal 10. All in the province, 79 out of 704 primary schools. We are able only to produce 74%, 11.2% of our school are able to pass all the learners in grade 1. So I'm challenging commissioners. When you sit and you debate, we must improve this performance. Let me re-improve again. Let me re-improve. Now I'm jumping that one. Grade 2. Grade 2, 17. Here, I'm quite happy. I'm seeing that cumulative effect. I don't know. The repetition rate is now up from 79 to 107. The number of schools who are able to pass all our learners. I am quite happy there. But it's still 17% from 11.2%. Grade 3 is now 16.7% decline. And I want to speak about grade 3 in the subsequent slides. Now, I'm going to come this one. When we look at only on Sesotho from grade R to grade 7 performance, grade R, Sesotho performance, 97%. Grade R, Bafumana, 97%. Baba Hola Genaskolo, Rabarutula, 88, 83, 84. Rabarutula Genaskol. Haba Honolulu, 97%. Haban Atlas Iba West. Look at grade 7, 27.2%. I have taken here now maths to say how many schools are achieving 100% pass in mathematics only per district. I won't waste time there. The number of schools over the 3 years in Carib was 27, and now 5 to 100%, 27, 43, and 35, a decline of minus 8 there. But the good thing is, how to summarize the money? We had 4.5 in 2022, 4.8 in 2023, and then 4.72 in 2024, a decline. We want them to go up. Only on the fundamental skills, mathematics. Schools achieving where kids are passing maths totally out of it. If you can't get it right here, for an example, I'll go to grade 3. Look at grade 3 already, 61%. But now I'm about 4 schools. Since 80%, it's 16 schools. The guy gets here, man. So you must correct that. I'll jump the one that says Sesotho here. Our schools achieving who are passing Sesotho there. It won't be because it's a fewer schools. We've got now 28, 159, and 160 in terms of the Sesotho home language there. Grade 6 is even worse. Grade 6, the number drops from 400 to 257 kids who are passing maths from 95 to 100. How do you compare to grade 3? It's even worse. Even last year we had 437 in grade 3. We've got now 260 in grade 7. The number of kids doing well in maths is declining every year per grade. It can't be correct. I'll jump to there. Now, colleagues, these are what the curriculum wants at the end of foundation phase. By the end of grade 3, learners should have mastered foundational literacy, foundational numeric skills, along with developing essential social and critical thinking at the end of grade 3. This includes fluent reading and comprehension, basic math operations, and the ability to apply learned concepts at the end of grade 3. That is why MTDP, we must measure learners. How about 10-year-old must read for meaning? It's a Mayale foundation phase. Yeah, I measure. The two are speaking to each other. By that end, these kids must be able to do this. They should be communicate effectively and work collaboratively. That's what's by the curriculum. Grade 3 is the year that learners move from learning to read, decoding words, using their knowledge of the alphabet, to reading to learn. Grade 3, very important. Now they shift, reading to learn. Very much important. So it means grade 3. It's one of the most important grades in our curriculum. I'm going to jump this now. This one I want to stop. Reading skills. Learners should be able to read fluently, understand variety of text, including fiction, non-fiction, fables, and poetry. They should be able to recall and retell a story in grade 3. At the end of grade 3, learners need to read around 115 words correct per minute, with a range of 80 to 140 words, correct words per minute at the end of grade 3. You want to make reading a real business in the province. I'm going to jump the rest. Now, learners should be able to, language skills now, writing skills, write simple stories. They must be able to write, edit, publish own stories, keep a diary, sequence information, and put it in under headings. The kids must do that. Use punctuation correctly, use phonics knowledge, spelling rules to write more difficult words. Handwriting. At the end of phonation phase, learners must be able to use handwriting effectively, transcribe words, sentences, make transition, write neatly and legibly. When it comes to mathematics, you must have a strong sense of number to be able to compute effectively and to apply their knowledge to solve problems meaningfully. Their last bullet, grade 3 must be able to work with 3-digit numbers up to 999. In other countries, they work up until 10,000. But I'm leaving it there. Now, I like this with Lord Kelvin. When you can express what we are speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. Some of them bazama. You must be able to say, in my class, out of 10, 3 of them can read, 5 cannot. Express it in numbers, not some. Now, what is the primary purpose of a school? Schooling is not the same as learning. But kids can go to school, but there's no learning taking place. Schooling without learning is a wasted opportunity. More than that, it is a great injustice. Children whom society is failing most are the ones suffering. We are saying to teachers, assess learning to make it a serious goal. Act on evidence. If the kids cannot perform, they are not dumb or dull. It's a report on how you have taught. Go and repeat your lesson. I did not teach this topic well. It's a feedback on how you have taught them. Go back and correct. When improving learning becomes a priority, great progress is made. Now, HOD allow me to go back here, and because teachers I have to say, ILO and UNESCO declare teaching as a profession. And I normally say, hurry for lunch. Food will be prepared by a chef, a profession. When you go to a medical doctor, it's a profession as well. How am I cooler? Within 7 days, about 3 days, we are saying teachers. because you are also, your career, your is a profession. You must be able, when you teach a child must improve. I normally say this: a learner on her own can achieve between level 1, between 0 and 29, on her own. That learner. If all of us here must write German or Swahili, we can get level 1 on our own. But the moment we put in a resource, any resource, a teacher, a money, you must be able to move me out of level 1. That's guaranteed to another level. Because I'm putting in an injection called a resource. Regardless, on my own, I would achieve level 1. But when a professional comes in, a teacher of mathematics or science, that professional must take me up. I can't be in level 1. I can't. Unless your skills are suspect. Teachers provide public service, which requires hearing. Teachers provide public service, which requires of teachers, expert knowledge. Next teacher, expert knowledge, specialized skills in teaching, setting papers, in marking, acquired and maintained. Varsity da, rauta, how ka daba dishere, base iri, continuous professional development, acquired and maintained. He says here, through rigorous and continuous study. How do you define a teaching as a profession? Teachers to have a sense of personal and corporate responsibility for the education and the welfare of all peoples in their charge. Oh my goodness. Come on, Zomang. We are giving you our children in your hands. You must have that sense of personal pride and corporate responsibility to teach them. You must make them better. So we are saying teaching is the mother of all professions. It's a labor of love. Teaching. And I want to underscore the role of departmental head. MEC cannot be able to appoint in all districts equal numbers of advisors. Your departmental head has got the role to play in terms of PEM. A departmental head as a teacher is a subject specialist, an expert, a mentor of colleagues, and a person who plays a staff development and monitoring role, regular checking teachers' coverage of curriculum and checking learners' work. Ufaka added support, or support that the subject advisor at the school level. What is a school? Teaching profession, departmental. A DH must do that. DH is expected to participate in general management of the school. The supervisory role is very closely linked to teaching and learning. The principal teaching and learning, departmental needs. Working with teachers to improve curriculum coverage and assist teachers with problems related to curriculum coverage. That's Professor Metcalf. And even that in there. Now, teachers, labor of love, they must have 3 types of love: the love of learning, the love of learners, and to bring the 2 loves together. That's your responsibility. Love of learning, of learners, bring them together as a teacher. A labor of love. Now, this is the reality of our schools. Remember, the curriculum says our learners must leave the school writing legibly. Nancy evidence. Here. At the end of grade 3. At the end of grade 3. And he said, I don't point fingers. No. I'm here to say how best can we support our teachers and how best can we make primary school work for us. Our reality is this one. And I want in schools, I've removed where the schools are. Reality. Look at this one. No work. And this one, It's a full service school. Actually, it's a full service school, this one. Commentary on bothata. My point is here. Remember, colleagues, remember teaching. How is defined by LO and UNESCO? You are defined as having a specialized knowledge gained through rigorous training. So the child is unable to write. Teaching is a profession, just like a doctor. Diagnose the child. Diagnose the child. Evidence I provide again for writing there, that they must, it's grade 3. Grade 3. This one, my heart was, when I saw this book, in term 3, I saw it here, maybe say you will it's one book yang ngwana ke book yang ngwana wa sekolo, full service school I shared it here. But already we have missed this child. We when the first mother, father who must love that child, who made such. I said I'm not going to blame anyone. I'm putting it there. Primary education help us to deal with South African challenge in mathematics. South Africa has the last performance in maths in the previous teams. Less than a third of all students in the final year of high school take maths. Less than 1/3. Come on, Zomang. Our kids keep on failing mathematics. Only half of them pass their exam, according to data from South African Institute of Professional Accountants. Rapid increase in enrollment in private. Because I want to make money, because I'll go and invest in men. So it implies poor teaching in our own public schools, most of them. Now, on reading challenges, colleagues, I'm sharing the report. I'm 8 out of 10 grade 4 learners can read for meaning in any of the 11 official languages. So I'm going to come this one because the bullet number 3, 40% of South African schools reportedly having shortage of qualified teachers. But for me, there is someone that I want to underscore. It's the second last. Learners at no fee school are estimated to have lost about 70% to a full year because of COVID-19. Now, the study is saying, and let me say I want to pause and thank you really for this word. It's saying reading crisis is particularly severe in rural areas. Regions such as Northwest, Free State, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo experienced a significant decline compared to 2016 after the PERS results. So this summit is important to us to improve our primary school performance. Now, learning poverty gap in SADC is 89%. Of the 10-year-olds can't read a simple sentence in SADC. Now, these are our progress as a province in terms of the reading challenge. Where kids are reading so to there. Letter sound, how they sound letters there, word reading, passage reading, and remember we said in grade 3 they must be able to read a passage. Marabana Baokai. 8.3% emergent readers. 6.3% are developing readers. They're supposed to be reading fluently, so we have a curriculum. I'm about to finish. Just a minute. So I'm just saying, and this is our own state, South Free State. So we're saying the curriculum expectations, one of the best curriculum in the world, we are not implementing it correctly there. What have we improved? What have we introduced? We raise awareness about reading in the province. That I can speak without doubt. We conducted an annual reading conference for teachers. Established Emmys Reading Club. Conduct annual language festival. Issued first circular to direct schools on number of readers, genres, that must be read at school per grade. The reading norm, that is one that we have passed as the province there. Issued a circular this year to ensure our school report on reading in term 2 and 3, term 2 and term 4 on oral reading proficiency levels. Because if it's not measured and reported upon, it can't improve. Our kids are providing their Nalibali stories, and the last one, we are providing support to our teachers. Just to say, from this year, in term 2, our grade 1 to 7 learners would have 2 reports. A normal report plus a report on reading proficiency level. Because we must measure the 10-year reading for meaning. It cannot be left by chance or to chance. It does not work for us. And we are saying, teachers, we count on you. We are starting this year, we know we are starting. We're invited as a province, I went there on your behalf. Regarded as the best country by these small baby steps we are doing. So, but state is reporting on the reading. I addressed the reading panel on your behalf. Ms. Jacobs was there. And we are doing it on our own style, making sure that SASEMS is reporting on the reading proficiency levels of our learners. So I'm saying thank you. Let's make it happen this year for term 4 and term 2 and term 4 as well. Now, the last one. Colleagues, how do you work at the LTSM? This one I want to underscore. How do you work at the textbooks? We are saying LTSM help number 1 to achieve the learning outcomes. For them to achieve the learning outcomes. Attain the assessment standards. Improve the participation of learners in learning process. How about the book? Improve teacher subject knowledge. Maths. Just mathematics. Just mathematics at home. Dr. Shooter. Maths. Fair, maths. Yes. As I conclude, we want to focus on the two compulsory for grade 1, ensure that all grade R learners receive their report as per the Bella Act, improve our performance in the foundation phase to achieve a target of 100% across the grades on merit by focusing on literacy and numeracy, a dedicated focus on foundation phase to achieve curriculum expectations, instill the culture of reading across the grades, and we are saying stakeholder involvement and support are sacrosanct. Measure performance across the grade to achieve our targets. When I've lost my excuses, I have found my results. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Munsu. Another round of applause. I'll organize the district road so that Mr. Munsu can move but thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ndare Munsu. Colleagues, we have got quite a number of people out there who are still outside. If there's an empty chair next to you, please communicate with the actors there. Metandi. It's not to the reserved, rather unreserved. We have got all these chairs, ne? Bring people in here, please. Yeah, we have got many people out there. Rather unreserved, the two saying. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ndare Munsu. We are moving, colleagues. We are now moving to the next item. Next item, the message of support. We're going to get the message of support that will be given by the teacher unions. We will start first with the South African Democratic Teachers Union, the provincial chairperson of the union, Mr. Khape Lekgopo. Let's give him a round of applause.
No, thank you very much, Program Director, Chief Director Mokhobo. I'm a little bit worried. It's like I'm not in a primary school summit. As Ntate Magwa was approaching the podium, and he started singing, I got some comfort to be saying something's going to happen. We should feel that we are primary school teachers. Somebody should start twelve. Ki tweba enyenyana ijabuho. Because in our commissions, we are going to deal with SIP for 12. How to develop that SIP. What I'm raising here is that we need to go to the basics. I was looking at, listening carefully to what Ndate Muntu was saying there. And it clicked to me to say, we really need to go to the we really need to go to the basics. Program Director, let me acknowledge of this summit is in line with our 2030 vision that of creating a learning nation, that is that of SADTU. This vision is demonstrated by our endeavor to be actively involved in addressing various issues related to primary schools in this country, but particularly in our province. Issues such as the problem of LTSM. I think the MEC has always, in our meetings, always raising this thing to say, this thing of LTSM is a problem. Overcrowded classrooms and teacher burnout and so on. We're happy when we talk about teacher burnout. You know, in secondary school we know. But I was worried the other day when I saw a grade 1 learner. I was asking him, where are you going? And he said, we are having a camp. I'm telling you, with what we have seen here, many grade R camps are still coming. Because with camps, what do? You try to solve a problem. But this gathering is better placed to say, let's not go there. What is it that we must do at the time that we have? What type of support do we need as teachers? What type of support do we need as subject advisors, as principals of schools and so on? Program Director Ntate Munso has said it. There is a Sesotho saying that goes, Tupa ikojwa isalimeti. Loosely translated, that you mold children to become what they should be while they are still very young. This then sums up the role of the primary school education and the mandate of this summit over the next 3 years, three days. We should not take the risk, Program Director, of limiting this important summit only to deal with learner academic performance. We should never do that, because our problem basically is more than academic performance. There is something that drove learners to perform in a manner that they did. You know, when Tate Munso was showing us the pictures of a learner with a dilapidated book and so on, I nearly cried. I nearly cried because I know some of them, they don't want to have such a book. Go to where they stay. Definitely that book is even in a better state. Because our people are suffering. And it's ourselves who can turn the situation around. We must make sure that this summit will help us to ensure that we instill values in our learners at primary schools. We must make our learners from primary schools to love our country. Many of us do not love their country. If people can go to another country and talk ill about this country, it shows that many of us, we still don't love this country. Program Director, in closing, for this summit to be successful, let us not mask our difficulties. Let us not mask the mistakes, our mistakes and setbacks. Let us engage robustly and honestly for a better tomorrow. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Gape James Bond. Lekgopo. In another life, he is the provincial chairperson of COSATU. Yes, we must also acknowledge that. The technicians there, I'm getting messages from people who are following us online that the sound is not good. Is it fine now? Yeah, no, I'm getting messages for people who are following us online that we must attend to our sound. One message says here, your sound is very bad, can't even hear a word. You know? So let's deal with that. It shows the interest people are following us out there. They really appreciated this. The next message of support will be coming from CTU ATU, Miss Anna Tamane. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ndade James Bond, you have said a mouthful. That's why I'm sure where you get your name from. Honorable MEC of Education, Dr. Maboya, Advocate Malakwani, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, our educators who are present today, and valued stakeholders in the future of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. My name is Ntabeleng Tamani, and I'm an employee at NAPTOSA Free State in the position of a labor officer. I bring you warm and sincere greetings from the Provincial Office of Combined Trade Unions of Autonomous Teachers Unions, short for CTU-ATU, which is a unified voice of 6 teacher unions, namely NAPTOSA, National Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa, SAOU, which is the Suid-Afrikaans Onderwyser Unie, the PU, which is short for, sorry, just give me a minute there. I wrote my scripts in two cell phones, so I'm just gonna need a minute, okay. The PEU, ladies and gentlemen, which is Professional Educators Union, the Public Servants Association of South Africa, which is the PSA, the National Teachers Union, which is the NATU, and the Health and Other Service Personal Trade Union, which is HOSPESA. Working together under the auspice of the Education Labor Relations Council, which is the ELRC. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both a privilege and solemn responsibility to address this important gathering today under the timely and urgent theme centering primary education. This gathering is more than ceremonial. It is a purpose convening, a call to reflection, and more importantly, a call to action. It resonates deeply with the sentiments expressed by the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Minister Khwarube, during her announcements of the 2024 matric results earlier this year. And also, Dr. Maboyo, in your recent national radio stations that I was listening to this past Friday. In both of your words, and I quote, "We want to shift the whole mindset of people only focusing on matric results," close quote. This is a powerful and necessary shift, ladies and gentlemen, not away from matric, but towards a more holistic, honest understanding of the full education journey. The minister's statement and also the MEC statements is not a dismissal of our learners' achievement in grade 12. It is a courageous recognition that the roots of our education challenges lie far earlier in the system itself. By the time many of our learners sit for their final examination, they have already been let down by a system that did not equip them with strong foundations. We must therefore reject the narrow lens that views matric results as the only or even the primary measure of our system's health. If we are to truly transform outcomes, we must begin where the learning journey begins, which is in the earliest years of schooling. The Honorable Minister has referenced international benchmarking studies, including the Trends in the International Mathematics and Science Study, and the Southern and Eastern Africa's Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality, and their findings are consistent and sobering that too many of our learners between grade 5 and grade 9 significantly underperform in mathematics and physical sciences as compared to their international peers. More alarming still is the data showing that by grade 4 in Ntate Montsho, the majority of our learners cannot read for meaning in any language. Let us reflect on this together, ladies and gentlemen. If a child cannot read for meaning by the end of grade 4, which is the beginning of their intermediate phase, then every learning experience that follows, whether in science, in mathematics, in social studies, or even life skills, it's gonna be a real struggle. These are not just academic delays, ladies and gentlemen. These are life-defining deficits. Literacy and numeracy at the foundation level are not optional. They are the very conditions for learning. They are the scaffolding that supports every future academic achievement. Yet, as a nation, we continue to direct the lion's share of our attention, our energy, and our public discourse towards the final stage, which is the matric stage, when the true battle is already lost or won in the early stages. It is for this reason that we must decisively, Dr. Maboye, center primary education. To center primary education is to ensure that every child in every province has the opportunity to learn to read, to write, to count, and the reason by the time they complete the foundation and the intermediate phase. It is also to acknowledge that effective learning depends on well-trained, well-supported, and well-respected educators, especially in the early years. It is also to design policy frameworks that promote continuous support and improvement, not reactive last-minute interventions that we see. It is also about shifting the national conversation. Grade R to grade 3 must no longer be treated as preparatory years. They are the core of the system, Ntate Moloi. They are the critical window where inequality is either entrenched or disrupted. They are the true determinants of matric successes or of employability and ultimately of national development. Honorable MEC, colleagues, partners, this is the shift we are here to embrace. I am very happy that Ntate Lekgopo have mentioned the parent composition in this. When we were growing up, we were told of the triangle in the education sector: the parent, the teacher, and the child. And my principal, Memaibi, used to say that if your parents is not present, believe you me, the system has yona. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let us champion a model of education that measures success not only by the number of distinctions at the end, but by the spark of comprehension in a grade 2 learner's eyes. Let us also build a culture, ladies and gentlemen, that celebrates not just matric passes, but by the quiet triumphs of children who can read a sentence, solve a basic problem, and engage with the world around them long before they reach grade 12. Let us also center the primary education not as a policy slogan, but as a collective commitment, from the classroom to the provincial office, from the principal's desk to the household, because when we get the early years right, ladies and gentlemen, everything else stands a better chance of falling into place. Ke a leboha.
No, thank you very much, Tamane. Another round of applause. Thank you. We are now going to receive messages of support from our sponsors who really made it possible for us to be here. I was generous with time when I allowed the unions. I wanted to restrict them, Mr. Lekgopa ba rona, mara o tlohelletse Ntate Montsho, wa bona. So, ke tlo kopa beng ba ka, ba tlang, let's manage it so that by 2 o'clock we are able to break for lunch, but we must deal with all the items before 2 o'clock. On that note, I'm going to request we start with Old Mutual, and Old Mutual will be represented by Mr. Sibilwane, who's going to give the message of support, and then followed by Oxford, Macmillan, and Sanlam. You can see all the goodies here. It is because of the partnership that we are having. Let's welcome Mr. Sibilwane, who's going to give us a message of support on behalf of Old Mutual.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ndari Mukhobo, I feel bad. Ki bona hore ke apere jase mona. Ke sheba ekare ke nna fela. So, nevertheless, that's where we at. My name is Silas Sibilwane, and I think the protocol has been established. A special acknowledgement to the Honorable MEC for Education, Dr. Mabuya, and certainly our HOD, Advocate Malakwani, and a heartfelt appreciation to our teachers, all social partners present. And I want to make a very simple and I hope yet profound illustration. If you think about a house, you need a foundation and you need a solid foundation for that house to storm and sustain a very difficult weather conditions. That is the foundation of a house. But also, the foundation gives stability and ultimately supports the entire structure of the house. That is the purpose of a foundation. So it is not by accident that Old Mutual has made a conscious decision to support the summit and make our humble contribution to the success of primary education. And I think we appreciate that primary education as a foundation does not only enable the young ones to read, write, and speak, but absolutely is the beginning and the foundation of human development. So as Old Mutual, we are truly excited to partner with you, MEC, in this journey. But also, we wanted to bring this perspective. It is said that good maths is the gateway to lifelong financial stability. Financial stability. And there is a correlation. There's a correlation between financial literacy and learning finance concepts at school. And the best way for us to impart the knowledge is at a foundation phase. An opportunity for us to develop this learner holistically. And Ndade Muntu spoke about social and emotional growth, cognitive development. Critical to that certainly is to ensure that we support the young ones to unleash their financial skills. As we build that, financial education is part of education. It's part of education. Now, critical thinking, problem solving, analyzing, those are soft skills, yet absolutely critical skills in human development. So MEC, we are aligned. We are aligned, we are in support. It is within our ethos as a responsible business Old Mutual to appreciate the fact that in order for us to build that desired future, we've got a role to play and invest in our own future. So when you invest in primary school, foundation teaching and learning, we know that we are investing in our own future. It is said that in South Africa, only 51% of us are financially literate. Only 37% of women are responsible for money management for their families, while only 34% of men are responsible. But it is also said that we are not a saving nation. So, only 24% of South Africans are actively planning for retirement. Yet, only 6% will retire comfortably. What does that mean? Informed by FSCA, underpinned by what we call Financial Education Commitment Charter, aimed at improving financial literacy at schools, building financial capability at the ground level. We've got a role to play as an organization. So we take pride as Old Mutual in playing a meaningful role in the development of the young ones as we build our own future by imparting the necessary knowledge about the matters of finance. So, financial literacy skills, crucial for the development of our own economy and a right place to start, the foundation and the primary school. So, as we conclude, we have some of Ndate Mokgobo content online, and many of us may want to go online and search what we call Old Mutual, Learn, Think and Do. That is an initiative in support of our theme today, centering primary education. The content of Learn, Think and Do of Old Mutual has got what we call CAPS Finance for Grade 4. It covers the following 3 financial concepts: solving the financial problem by using number charts and number lines. 2, building up and breaking numbers. 3, estimations, and rounding off. These are some of the foundational financial literacy skills that we all need. So we appreciate that foundation phase is the cornerstone of human development. For those reasons, we are truly humbled that we are here, and we want to thank in advance all our teachers who are here and reaffirm Ndade Mokgobo, MEC, our dearest support to championing the cause of building the future of this country. Primary school, centering the young ones into the mainstream of this economy. We start there at the foundation. We appreciate the role that the teachers are playing, and re re ho lona re a leboha ka mosebetsi o matla o lo etsang provinseng ya rona.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sibilwane. I hope we get the issue of the sound, sorted out. Yeah. Yeah, it's not tender in that one. That tender. Lempola isa ka batho ba mametseng ka ntle. And batho ba mametseng ka ntle ba bangata ho feta ba ka mona. Please attend to it. Thank you very much. Old Mutual, Oxford. Ane ke kala o teacher wa ke Ntate Sibilwane. Ne re tseba bo ultima bata. Should you die? Jalo utlwa ba sa bua should you die, ba bua ntho tse financial literacy and financial. Should you die? Let's welcome Oxford.
Dr. Mokgobo, due to the interest of time, I'm going to be very short. I would like to greet the whole House with a special greeting to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Mabuya. My name is Wayne Mahakwe. I'm the provincial manager responsible for the Free State Province. At Oxford University Press, I would like to echo on Mayor Ralipedi in her opening statement when she mentioned transformation in education. It echoes very deeply with our mission at Oxford, which is transforming lives through education. With that being said, it means that we're taking publishing very seriously, to the point that we publish quality educational materials to make sure that teaching and learning is a great success. As Oxford, we also pride ourselves with the fact that we're the leading literacy publisher, with also the vision to bridge the gap of learners reading without comprehension by publishing materials in all our South African official languages. We also give support to our teachers through our professional development unit, where we train through workshops teachers on how to use our products or our materials, to also making sure that teaching and learning becomes a great success. As I said, I will not be wasting your time. We at Oxford University Press would like to say to the Department of Education in the Free State Province that we are always here to support you. Please do call on us so that the main person who is the learner becomes a successful human person. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Oxford Macmillan. Macmillan. Nalel Dwaba. Followed by Sanlam. Thank you very much, Oxford. You know, you saved me a lot of, few minutes.
Thank you, Ntate Mukhobo. I'm also going to save you. To the Honorable MEC, Dr. Maboya, the HOD, Dr. Malakwani, Dr. Munso, the acting DDG, protocol observed. To all the stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, it's afternoon already. Thanks. Yeah. My name is Peter. The surname is Ledwaba. And I'm representing Macmillan Education. The red files that are just in front of you, it's a sign that we are in partnership with the Department of Education. Whatever is inside there are all the contents that are coming from Macmillan. So as Macmillan, we have two wings, the publication wing, which you all know by a range of books that we are having. The next wing that we are having is also for the professional development of the educators. Our material starts from an early age, which is birth. If you look at the material that we have developed the material that could be used for the 0 to 3 years, 0 to 18 months, the 2 to 3 years, we have that, the 4 to 5 years, then the grade R and so forth. It goes on just like that. So why did we develop it like that? We develop it like that because we have sensitized it that indeed education has to have the foundation. Hence, we are very supportive to the initiative of this summit. When I first entered Ms. Ralipedi's office and she hinted to me that there's gonna be such a summit, I immediately said to her, as Macmillan, we are backing up the summit. And as a true sign that we are going to back up the summit, we are going to engage everyone who is attending the summit by pledging, appending the signature. And I said to Mera Lepedi, we will sponsor the pledge board, which will be signed by everyone as a commitment for this summit. Once it has been signed, let it come back again to Macmillan to preserve your signatures by encapsulating it. Then after that, we will take it back and hand it over officially to the MEC. So that is a clear indication that we are behind all the initiatives that the department has taken. And we will be with you throughout. Our support it's always there. We are actually no longer sponsors to you, but we are partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lidwaba. The last one will be Sanlam, the representative of Sanlam. Let's welcome Sanlam also. A round of applause for Sanlam. Mr. Lokgopo o itse a ke ra re le primary tlamehile e bontshe re primary. Jwale motho e mongwe a re o tsebe bana ba primary a ke re ba kgathala nene. Jwale le matitjhara a primary ba kgathala ba kgone ho mamela nako e telele le bona. Abo. Jwale tlamehile re ne re lokise taba eno mono abo. No, thank you very much. The owner of the following car, Ford HZW295. The security is indicating that your windows are not closed. Please attend to it. HZW295FS. Thank you very much. Sanlam.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Greetings to all. My name is Tumelo Moya from Sanlam. I also like to greet our Honorable MEC, Dr. Mabuye, our HOD, Advocate Malakwani, our Chief Director, and Dr. Mukhobo is the Program Director. And I also like to rise on the protocol that have been established to save time. So we are also not going to be long, but we are honored and privileged to be part of this Free State Primary School Meet. And we also pledge our support to the Free State education from Sanlam Part. I just want to highlight maybe 2 initiatives that we are doing in the province to support education, because we know that the government alone cannot do it. So we have a school drop campaign that we are doing in Free State to support the learners, particularly in the primary schools, so that we support them, especially the needy ones. We also have a project that we are proud of, where we have partnered with the Motsepe Foundation for netball and soccer for the under 19 and under 14. So last year, 150 schools in South Africa participated in that project, and Free State was also part of that. And what is nice is that the school in Free State has actually won the tournament for netball. There's a school, I think, called Lifo Easy Combined School. So they've won that tournament. So they are going to present us Singapore, fully paid trip. Yeah, we understand that healthy ball will translate to a healthy mind. So we are supporting our student with the soccer. Now, the team that will be going to Singapore, then some people, not every 100 that retires every day, only can actually sustain their life, their current lifestyle, which is very sad. Now, we are here as insurance company to help you so that we are able to close that gap while we are still working. Because it is very sad that when you retire one day, because the salary that you are receiving today, which is 100%, you are only going to get to class in South Africa before they get their next paycheck, which is the great death in education. For the teachers, I'm not sure about the admin staff. But there was an article that says if there is 1 day left before the working class can actually get their paycheck, we're actually flat broken. I'm not sure if that is the truth. So meaning, if the MEC can decide to withhold your check on the 30th and release it 2 days later, how many are going to survive in this room? So it shows that we are not the same in nation as South Africans. That's why we want to encourage you as insurance companies to say, do create an emergency fund. Now, in terms of financial planning as I close, we need to have at least 6 times our salary as emergency fund. So now to build that, we can just put aside 50% of your salary for 33 months. That will constitute your 6 times your salary. So whenever the MEC can decide to withhold your salary, you will still continue to survive. So we want to encourage you to save through retirement annuities and investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Mamume Wadewa. Mamume Awadewa. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we are now going to listen to one of us when we were discussing as a task team. And I
remember the provincial secretary of SADC saying to us, we needed to gather someone who is practicing, who is still a principal or a teacher, who will be able to relate what is happening at the level of schools. Not people who will come with what they have researched, but people who know what is happening at the level of the school. Now, I'm not going to go through a very long profile of one of us, the principal who is going to present here. We were looking at a number of schools, and we've got many schools in the state that are doing very well, primary schools. We have about 55 schools that we picked up. And we looked through all of them, and we all agreed, as members of the task team, that we are going to request the principal of a Pontseng Primary School, Mr. T.A. Mabuja, to come and share the experiences, what he is going through on a daily basis, because his school is one of those schools that are doing very well. And we gave him a topic to say, we want you to talk about the future of a primary school's education, enhancing teaching and learning through mathematics and languages. Because this very principal of Pontseng Primary School, he also was nominated as a trainer for principals for the NTA. In the Mangauma Metropolitan District, they identified him as a trainer to train principals there. In 2022, he received an award for being very instrumental in assisting and uplifting other schools within the district. He was also identified to be a mentor or participated in the mentor-mentee program, which the Department of Education is leading also through the Office of Ntatemoko. To say we need people who are going to help us to mentor our principals. And he represented the department also at an international forum where he was presenting a paper on how to transform primary schools. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Mautwa one of us, one of our own, the principal of a conference.
Thank you again, Program Director Dr. Mokhobo, for affording me this opportunity for the summit. My name is Tano Maunzo. I'm the principal of Pontseng Primary School in Betalelo. Before I proceed with my presentation, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our honorable MCs, Tamaguya, our head of department, Advocate Farah Maratwani, Chief Directors present here today, directors, different districts, CSs, in the interest of time, I think it's safe to say all protocol observed. Program Director, this is the outline of my presentation. It's not a very long presentation, but it's interesting. Very long. Both important Program Director to address on a matter that lies at the heart of educational transformation, strengthening primary education through the powerful levers of mathematics and languages. Colleagues, I think it's imperative for me to just briefly give you the profile of the school where I'm coming from, Pontseng Primary School. Right, this school, Pontseng, is established in 1986. It's an old school. You can look at the surroundings. But I'm very proud. My school is one of the cleanest schools. So we can just go through the pictures while I'm just giving you the brief profile. When I arrived there, when I was appointed in July 2017 as a principal of that school, then enrollment was 700, and currently I've got 1,080 learners. Wow. And in 2017, colleagues, the performance was at 73%. And at our district, 73% is below par, it's not acceptable. You are underperforming. And I've got 33 educators and 5 support staff. And Pontseng Primary is situated in the F section in the southern in the Free State. The area where this area, colleagues, it's so impoverished. And then most of the households there, they are not working, they rely on social mind to survive. And the area, it has a history of historism. But despite all odds, as Tim Pond said, we work towards breaking the cycle of poverty and creating the brighter future for its learners. This is Onsen College. This is Onsen. You can see it here. So we separated the main school and the ECD for safety and bullying. Problem scenario. Onsen Primary School was one of the underperforming schools when I was appointed in July 2017 as a principal. And there were a number of interrelated issues contributed to this decline on performance. One, when I arrived there, I did realize that teachers were not profiled correctly before allocation was done. This is very, very important. These principals we are here. You don't just place teachers. You need to make double sure that you profile every teacher before you make placement. Secondly, because of this, there was incorrect placement of teachers. Because when I arrived there, I did realize there were 3 teachers in the foundation phase, critical phase. 2 of them was having the PGCE at the Munsu. I was very touched when I see examples here of learners who cannot write. 2 teachers in the foundation phase with PGCE qualification. You can just imagine what was happening. Very, very poor and inconsistent monitoring and control. Meaning there were no systems in place to check and support teachers. No academic targets set. Program director, we can't work just in a vacuum. We need to have targets. We need to work towards the targets. Low staff morale due to inadequate resources and lack of support. Absence of staff development and support programs. This is very key, colleagues. You can't have teachers who are not supported and developed. Poor parental involvement. Because of what? If parents quickly realize that the school is not doing well, they stay away from the school. They don't support the school. Poor learner attendance, it also resulted to poor discipline. Lack of innovation and ICT integration in teaching and learning. Colleagues, these were the problems that I identified. As a
Ayo integration ya ICT. Lack of innovation there. ICT.
Colleagues, I did come across these problems. There are many. As visionary principals, you need to come up with a holistic approach. Right, as a principal, colleagues, we need to come up with a holistic approach to tackle these problems. Right, the last one was poor foundational skills in mathematics and languages. Colleagues, I did sit down and consulted all the different stakeholders to mitigate, to come up intervention strategies to solve these problems. Right, my role as a principal, what it was not to Because the school vision and mission statement is the guiding light for the principal, teachers, SGB, to take that school to the realization of NDP 2030 goals. And the second thing that I've done is to create an effective learning environment. Colleagues, also very, very important as a principal, together with your SMTs. Creation of effective teaching and learning environment is paramount. It's very, very important for both learners and teachers. The first thing that I did, I profiled all the teachers across the grades. I did indicate initially that I did realize that there are 3 teachers who were not qualified to teach in the foundation phase. And I must make a plan how to move them to the relevant grades. Colleagues, if you leave those teachers there, you don't solve the problem. Those teachers, they don't have any idea of building the foundational skills in the foundation phase. And the foundation phase, colleagues, is a very critical phase, where you need to ensure that you lay a solid foundation. If your foundation has cracks, you can't amend it.
You can't correct it when you go forward. Right? Colleagues, where do I get the information as the new principal in that school? Most of the principals, we are not using the data-driven dashboard. So I don't ask anyone when I arrive at school. I just go through the Triple T. It shows me everything, even the subject that drops the ball. I can see there. Learner attendance, teacher attendance, everything is there, quietly. It also informs my what? My strategic planning, long-term planning. This information, stats don't lie. Right, colleagues? What I did
immediately after realizing those problems, I introduced the weekly self-monitoring tool. Weekly self-monitoring tool. Who themselves, I give them responsibility. What is contained in this weekly monitoring tool? Number of activities written that week, curriculum coverage, topic covered that week according to the ATP. And I did also realize that there is no support for progressed and retained learners. So in this, I did also indicate, you will see I've got, this one is for foundation phase. I've got the other one for intermediate phase. I also checked whether these learners are supported, because I did ensure that each and every teacher, you've got the list of both progressed and retained learners. So every week you give me the progress, not the general progress, individual progress of those progressed and retained learners. Because that's where the problem lies. In most of the schools, colleagues, we are not doing justice for those kids. We keep on blaming the kids. I fail to understand. How can a professional blame a grade 1 or a grade 2 learner? It's so sad. It's so sad. Colleagues, after this teacher complete this, it goes to the DH. As you can see, there are names of learners here. They sample the learners so that it can be easy for us to do verification of this information written here. So, number of tasks or activities written, whether controlled or not controlled. Colleagues, the other problem at our schools, I think you'll agree with me on that one. There are teachers who are not giving learners feedback, meaning controlling learners' book. If you don't check that, I'm telling you, colleagues, you'll fight a losing battle. You need to check them constantly. Don't take too long, because damage will be done. Right, when you check this one, is different from that one, the first one. This one is for the intermediate phase. The teacher must sign here, the departmental head must sign, the deputy principal, I sign here. I also make double sure I go through these reports so that I can have what? The temperature of my school. So as a principal, colleagues, we need to go down and dirty our hands. So if you don't do this, you will labor under the impression that learners are taught in the classroom only to find that things are not happening there. As you can check here. I need the progress, everything. And I also ask teachers, did you encounter any challenge this week? The teacher must indicate here. And how did he or she mitigate to solve the problem? If it's a serious problem, and then I jet in to try to assist. Right, I also have what we call scheduled monthly feedback session, where we discuss all the reports and recommendations. It's very, very important, colleagues. Even the reports of the subject specialist or subject advisors visited our school. We need to go through those recommendations and check whether they are implemented or not. It's very, very important. And you must also, as a principal, promote open communication, inclusivity in decision making and team building. Don't take decisions alone. Invite your colleagues so that they can own the decision and run with it. Colleagues, here I'm talking to parents. So I'm taking the lead, Mekwelani, in your program of Parenting with Assurance, because the mistake that parents are making, they don't know the difference between supporting the child and helping the child. If you give the learners homework, they just do the homework for the child. They don't support the child to do what? To do the homework, to guide them through. That's the mistake. So as the principal or the deputy principal, remember, as a deputy, you are the second in command. In the absence of the principal, you are the principal. So you must also take the lead. Right, the other thing, colleagues, this is where we make mistake as principal. Incorrect appointments. Colleagues, we appoint according to the favor. At Ponsem Primary School, colleagues, at Ponsem Primary School, I don't delegate this responsibility. I don't allow the SGB chairperson to dictate for me what to do. I take full responsibility in the best interest of the learners. So in our district, colleagues, we don't just appoint, we celebrate those appointments. We orientate teachers to know what is laid before them. So these are my two new departmental heads. As you can see, they are very, very young. This one is for maths and science, and this one is for foundation phase. So I'm advising principal who are present and deputy principal, never, never delegate this responsibility. Because ketile, ketile. Ketile, ketile. Right, the other thing, colleagues, I did talk about open communication. It's very, very important as a leader to do what? To make double sure that you have functional school-based support teams. Colleagues, there are these programs in our schools, but they are not functional. And what is the role of the school-based support team? Is to support both learners and teachers. So we need to make double sure that, and we don't just appoint people in those committees. We need to appoint people who are committed and dedicated. People who are willing to go an extra mile to get that school right. Right, colleagues? In trying to mitigate, to solve the problem of learners who cannot read in the foundation phase, I did procure these graded readers from Macmillan. This is very nice. In grade 1, we've got book 1, Padiso ya pele, Padiso ya bobedi, Padiso ya bararo, in the very same grade. Learners who are struggling, I take them through Padiso ya pele. Those who show progress, Padiso ya bobedi. Good readers, Padiso ya boraro. Differentiated teaching. You can't use one size fits all approach. You can't get them right. Right, the other important thing is to set the targets. Colleagues, in most of our school, we don't set targets. I don't know how do we work. We don't have targets. And how do we set targets, colleagues? You need to check your previous results and set your target. So these are my targets, 2025 targets. Pass percentage in the foundation phase, I need 100% with the average of 85. So I know this is possible. They can do it. Right, the other thing, colleagues, that is very, very important is to what? Is to award and recognize teachers. So this one is a serious problem, Honorable MEC, in our schools. We don't recognize our teachers. We don't recognize our teachers. So this is last year. I give them medals through the assistance of companies like Old Mutual. That day, Machaka is here. He knows that. Not only teachers, including the learners, so that they can be motivated. Right, colleagues? I also invite the district to come and assist me, motivating teachers. You know, sometimes when teachers, you talk to them, and learners, you talk to them every day, they get used to you. So I invite the district. As you can see, the DG there was very happy to talk to the learners. Not only the DG. As you can see, all my leadership in the district, including my director, as you can see him talking to the learners. So they were very happy, very inspired. Not only the director, the former director for primary schools and the current acting director. They also come to my school and talk to my learners, as well as my teachers, to motivate them. Right, colleagues, as you can see, after all these interventions, my learners started to do what? To attend and win in district language and mental maths competitions. Here are my learners, together with Ndadeka Reddy, Soto subject advisor at our district. Mental maths competitions. They start taking part, gaining that confidence to be within other learners. And what about my teachers, colleagues? This is very, very important. Teacher development is key. If you don't develop your teachers, after identifying some of the problems, I did request the ICT section of our district to come and workshop these teachers about taking short courses. As you can see, this is the certificate of one of my teachers who is teaching grade 4 of mother tongue-based bilingual education. So this teacher did a short course, online short course. There are so many online short courses here that your teachers can take to up their skills, to know everything about mother tongue-based bilingual education. It's very, very important. ICT integration, robotics, use of what? Gadgets, PowerPoint, lesson presentation. So inspiring for the learners. This is for reading. We have this program, a monthly program for reading. And we did also develop a small library in our school where our learners can go there and read. Not only their colleagues, reading is very, very important. We also invite the voluntary food handlers to come and model reading for our learners. As we can see, even learners peer tutoring. They are reading for other learners, and the teacher there is also reading for the learners. This is very, very important because it encourages learners to read on a daily basis. School-based support programs, colleagues. You need to have the program on how to support the learners. Minutes, everything. So as you can see here, there is a young boy at my school. He's reading through the help of this small, we call it a talking pen at my school. It can read 100 titles of books, this pen. Leading, I'm not sure whether we've got sound here, because I want to show you how does it work. Because it reads, when you point the word, it reads the word. So the learner can read following this talking pen. And you know what? Everyone wants to read better than this talking pen. So it encourages learners to want to read. So this is the package. So I did bought this for my learners so that this talking pen colleagues can read 100 different titles of books in this package. So learners enjoy reading using this talking pen. So here, colleagues, just in the nutshell, it does, how do we do it at my school to build the foundational literacy programs? I'm not going to go through this in the interest of time, but read to learn. What is the focus? Reading fluency and phonics and comprehension, where our problem is. Learners cannot comprehend what they have read. So we need to come up with what? Strategies to assist these learners. And then we also follow the balanced literacy approach. What is that? It integrates reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Very, very important. And we also follow what we call the IGRA. Colleagues, IGRA stands for Early Grade Reading Assessment. Why? You see, it is important. We need to make double sure that we know where the learner's level is before we can provide intervention or support. So we need to go through this assessment. The Jolly Phonics, colleagues, is very, very important because here learners are taught how to blend words to form, how to blend, what do you call this? Sounds to form, thank you very much. How to blend sounds to form words that ultimately lead to sentences. It's very, very important. The same in mathematics, count me. We are building strong number sense and mental math strategies. Very, very important. We follow this approach. The key areas is counting, comparing, adding, subtracting, and grouping. We help learners to do this, to master these skills. They are very, very important. And then even in mathematics, we've got what we call IGMA, Early Grade Mathematics Assessment. We check what? Whether learners can do what? Number recognition, quantity discrimination, and basic operations. Right, colleagues, after all these interventions, here are my results. Remember, I said initially I was appointed in 2017. Here was the performance. 2018, improvement. Check what happened from 2019 to date. And the evidence is there. The evidence is there, certificates. Since from 2019 to date, the evidence is there. The evidence is there, colleagues. In closing, Program Director, enhancing teaching and learning on these two gateway subjects unlock understanding across the entire curriculum subjects. And in languages, strong language foundational skills allow learners to comprehend without struggle and to read with fluency. It allows them to follow instructions, very important, and it also allows them to communicate ideas effectively. In maths, it does what? It builds a logical thinking, data handling, and numerical fluency. In closing, colleagues, I quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together with your team. Let us go far together by placing mathematics and languages at the heart of learning. And let us equip our children not just to pass, but to think, speak, calculate, and imagine and create. Let us center primary education where it belongs, at the very center of national hope. I thank you.
Mr. Mangoro, what are you telling us? No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ogare ke motho a tseba mosebetsi a kere. A se ntho tsa di balang dibukeng. O ntse a ngolletswe a ngolla mana batla. Mona o bua ntho a e etsang. Hobane akere ba bang ba bangodi ba dibuka tsana a iso ka e ba matitjhere le di-principal le marongwala buka ka school management. So hobane akere ba bang ba bangodi ba dibuka tsana a iso ka e ba matitjhere le di-principal le marongwala buka ka school management. So but we need principals to bring about excellence in our school like this one. The principal are say tsotellang. It's a message online. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ralebo. Oblela team ala someone to say lenzen to say handlager. I get another team, I get a team ki ane mane. Womme palule kaman. No, but thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the important item, but before we do so, I'm getting a signal from the back there that I must request Mr. Lekgopo, Mayor Tamane, as well as the principal of Mautswa. The task team have organized a token of appreciation for really sharing your experiences with us. We'll request if you can come forward. Mayor Mochwari as well as Mayor Carmen on behalf of the task team. Aretla ofanda te monso skatata. Otatile ndate man. Ndate Lekgopo. Ndate Lekgopo. Di sponsors tsa gona tsene di etsa mona di kae kana ke ba feng. Old Mutual, that is, ne re kopa ga letle mona lona mona ke re ke ya lona ena. O tse ntate gape o tswa hole ne le principala ya sekolo se se ho tsweng ke diphetoho. Nenneng jwale ke a bona sefate se tla ka hara tsela ntsa kganna koloi. Sefate se tsamaya se tla ka tseleng. A re o nna ha e khona nna ke sa batla ho ya Bothaville. A re batho ba Bothaville ba batla ho mpolaya mona. Ho se tjena. Nenneng ha re bula office o fumana ha e khona ntho e kana fela le botsa ka hara office re na ke manga keneng a sile ntho eo ka office. But thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the item where we are going to request our head of the department. Oh, Mr. Mauzo, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you gave a Mekamin. All right. Wait for the Old Mutual to be there. Or Sanlam also, they also contributed there. Sanlam, I like the transformation. Arasa Guaka should you die. That was in 90. We will call Oxford as well as Macmillan later, but we will come back to that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. A round of applause. I'm now going to call upon the head of the department. And when I call the head of the department, ke tloko pasbu Linda Temonso, was that Chutai? Kitlaole Matsampo. Kella wale le mutakona mona. I want to bona abudu zepela mona. Daram to me na ragibati meeting kara meeting. Mr. Munso arabati meeting kara meeting. Sbu. We are now going to call upon the head of the department, Advocate Malakwane, to give his remarks and present the Honorable MEC. And when the MEC has sent the stage, everybody must be seated and quiet to listen to that message of the MC. Let's welcome the head of the department.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhobo, our program director. Let me acknowledge the presence of the MEC, our acting DDG, Curriculum Tate Munso, representatives from the DBE, all our district directors present, all directors from head office, all union formations and union leadership present here, also colleagues and role players in this house. I would say protocol has been established instead of saying protocol observed, because they say if you say protocol observed, you must know no protocol has been observed. Perhaps let us center the importance of the submission made by Mr. Monzo to say it is actually a foundation upon which we must input, because it's by no means a silver bullet. It was never meant to be that. It was meant to evoke your conscience. It was supposed to evoke your resource expertise to ensure that we come out with a credible document. And this document will further be canvassed with the civil society, but most importantly, the parents. We have had this discussion with the MEC before we came in. She's got insightful inputs that she made. I would not want to steal her thunder while she's here. Very cogent and pointed as it should be. But colleagues, Since the start of our participation in the international testing in 1995, we have become accustomed to the disconcerting reality that South African children are consistently ranked poorly in international tests of literacy and numeracy. We must also acknowledge that many learners who start primary school encounter many challenges in under-resourced primary schools, and a few, if not a number of them, they drop out before even going to higher education or even the secondary phase. And that is perhaps the early decline in the throughput rate that we are talking about. But what is an ideal situation for us? A good primary school education must provide a strong foundation for future learning by developing essential skills, fostering a love for learning, labor of love, as you said, and promoting holistic development. This includes strong academic and social, emotional well-being of children. What are the key elements that I could get without exchanging notes with you, Mr. Monzo? Is that we must have strong academic foundation, meaning which there must be literacy and numeracy, thus allowing children to master fundamental reading, writing, and arithmetic skills, ensuring that there is critical thinking and problem solving. These are skills for the changing world. Our children must question. We must develop their ability to analyze information, solve problems, and think creatively. Perhaps these are things that we actually paged over. We don't really give them the credence that they should get. But most importantly, balanced curriculum. We must teach our children math. We must teach our children science as much as we must teach them language, arts, and social studies, along with opportunities for exploration in the arts and physical education. We must have effective teaching and learning. You spoke about time on task, classroom management, all those elements. But the key elements that we must talk about is qualified and passionate teachers. Did you feel the principal who was presenting here? It is second nature to him. He's almost like an octopus. He understands his school environment. That's exactly what we need cultivated in a learner. I want to see more of you in your school, because a good leader is actually determined by the number of leaders that he produces. Positive learning environment. A classroom must be safe. That's why I will talk about elements of school safety. It must be supportive and conducive to learning, with opportunities for individualized attention and support. We don't generalize. Children are never made by God to be homogeneous. One solution is not yes. It's not like that. Children are meant to be different. Otherwise, this life would be boring. Engaging teaching methods, utilizing a variety of methods, including play-based learning. We're taking yes, hands-on activities and inquiry-based approaches to stimulate curiosity and foster love of learning. Learners leave the school environment because they don't have the love of learning. It's very important. I thought love must not be used loosely, but in this case, I think it's more appropriate. But we need holistic development of children. We need a school is a microcosm of society, and education must never allow for emergence of accidental heroes. When Wade van Niekerk breaks a world record, the school must claim him. When Akani Simbine breaks a 100-meter record, the school must claim him, because a school is a theater of dreams, and it must allow and be receptive to every kind of a child to actually view the school as the stage upon which they can actually depict their talents. And as MEC spoke, we spoke about strong school community and parent involvement. I won't belabor it, but it deals with cardinal three principles: parental engagement, positive school culture, extracurricular activities. If we focus on these three elements, and these few elements that I've raised, we'll actually realize that we have struck a blow for children who require our protection. And these are children who will come from no-fee paying schools, quintile 1, 2, 3. The other thing that I would want us to talk about is how we should look at trying to revisit the apartheid spatial planning that has bedeviled our schools. Infrastructure, facilities for children to play. These are things that I believe within the four corners of this room, they've got enough resource expertise to resolve these problems. But MEC, I've got a bigger problem. It's a problem of funding, because my job as an accounting officer is to ensure that our resources are used efficiently and effectively. I'm concerned about the disproportionate allocation of funding for the senior phase, particularly grade 12. If you look at the amount of money that we spend in grade 12 MEC, which is completely disproportionate to what we spend in the lower phase, it is actually shocking. We have always said, in order for us to develop a system that produces results, we need to go and gravitate our funding from ECD at least until grade 7. These learners will pass on their own, because we would have created all those critical and necessary foundational interventions. And these learners don't need for us to be afraid for them. They can go and face the world. I believe that these 3 days will actually go a long way in ensuring that we start that journey of doing the right thing. Thank you very much. And now, without being long-winded, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure as I request you all to stand up to welcome onto the podium the MEC of the Department of Education in the Free State, the one and only Dr. Mamiki Maboya. A round of applause for the MEC. Oh.
Ke a leboha le ka dula fatshe. Kanthe le bangata ha kana kana. Thank you, Program Director, and thank you, Advocate Malakwane, for introducing me. Program Director, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of the following people. Our HOD, Advocate Tshwarelo Malakwane, our Acting DDG for Curriculum Support, Ntate Montsho, Acting DDG for Corporate Services, Ntate Tladi, Chief Director for District Management, Ntate Mokhobo, Chief Director for Human Resources, Ntate Ramweletsi, if you are in our midst. And we also have a representative from the Department of Basic Education, Memu Dipa, who is the director responsible for GET, distinguished members of senior management and district officials, academics who are here with us, researchers, policy experts present in our midst, school principals, representatives from school governing bodies, teacher unions, SATU and CTU, ATU, private sector, in particular Oxford, Old Mutual, Sanlam and Macmillan, esteemed partners in education development, and most importantly, our foot soldiers, our teachers, who are at the cold face of education delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, dumelang, sanibonani molweni, good morning. Kize, now that we are here for this most important summit, maybe I need to preface my speech. Ka go le gopotsa kwa, go na le ntho e bitswang nostalgia. Mo re tswang. Title ya this piece e re ntwa ya ditweba. Yeah. La di bona thaka tsaka jwale. Tate Kgopane, ditweba di kile tsa lwana. Di ne di lwanela mobung o leswe. Ho ne ho tsekwa borena. Bo ne bo tsekwa ke lebodu le kotso. Borena bo ratwa haholo. Bo ratwa ke batho le ke diphoofolo. That's how we got to where we are today. I also like this one here. Tumo ke seswaswi se seholo. Aka o qabola la o swabile. Maoba mona o ne a apere seruti. So ntse re di tseba ka sheko because primary education has always been at the center. This new thing, our primary education, a bit displaced and misplaced, is something new. Program Director, it is both an honor and a profound privilege for me to stand before you this morning at this historic occasion of the Free State Provincial School Primary School Education Summit, a platform that is not merely a gathering of minds, but a moral and generational imperative. Today we do not meet for routine deliberations. We are not here for slogans. We are not here for the rhetoric. We converge here to engage with the urgent demands of the present, and most critically, to imagine and construct a future in which every child in the Free State begins their educational journey with dignity, equity, and excellence. This summit serves as a rallying point and a place where we are summoned to move beyond paperwork and policies and to focus our hearts and hands on what truly matters, which is building the foundation of the nation, brick by brick, child by child, and classroom by classroom. Our purpose today is layered and urgent, and it can be summed up into 3 critical goals. In fact, it's 4 critical goals, which I believe we will achieve through our engagements, constructive engagements in this summit. 1, our goal is to place foundational learning, that is literacy, numeracy, maths, and languages, at the core of our efforts to center primary education in all learning outcomes, to strengthen teacher development and inclusive pedagogy as key pillars in centering primary education for long-term impacts, to ensure that our schools provide necessary resources to support early learning and to foster integrated stakeholder collaboration that reinforces the centrality of primary education in the broader education system. These 4 goals provide us with a clear theoretical framework in which we understand that the strength of our high schools, the triumphs of our universities, and the shape of our economy all begin in the seemingly humble corridors of a primary school. And that it is here in our primary schools, in the early years of learning, that the arc of a life is first drawn. Therefore, our gathering here must be bold in spirit and unapologetic in its ambition. We should be reminded that we are here not merely as administrators of a system, but also as architects of justice, as engineers of opportunity, and as custodians of the dreams of children whose only inheritance, unfortunately, in too many communities, is the education we give them. That's the only thing. That's the only inheritance they have. We should also bear in mind that we gather at a moment of extraordinary consequences, a moment where the echoes of historical injustice still reverberate across all classrooms, particularly within the foundational phase of learning. This takes place in the Youth Month, a time of deep reflection when we remember the courage of young people who paid the ultimate price in the face of apartheid brutality. This summit must be understood within the broader context of rebuilding and reimagining our education system in the aftermath of the devastating setbacks caused by COVID-19 pandemic, a crisis that not only disrupted schooling, but significantly reversed the hard-won educational gains. The depth of this impact is laid bare by recent data from the Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, what we commonly refer to as PIRLS. Those results of PIRLS 2021, they reveal that a staggering 81% of grade 4 learners in South Africa are unable to read for meaning in any language. Equally concerning are the results of the Trends in International Maths and Science Study, what we commonly refer to as TIMSS, which continue to reflect that learners in grade 5 and 9 in South Africa perform well below international benchmarks, with the brunt of this burden borne, unfortunately, by rural and township communities. These are not just statistics. They are urgent signals. They represent a national alarm bell, a clarion call for immediate, systemic action to refocus our priorities and center foundational education at the heart of transformation. Tatel Kgopo, we are very consistent in terms of our approach. Let me assure you that our approach is informed by principles of systems thinking. We are not just touching, the top. We are dealing with the root causes. We are looking at the whole conveyor belt and say from home, from the community, from society, up to the classroom, what are the issues? That is what this summit is supposed to focus on. We are gathered here to ensure that we fix the whole conveyor belt, parents included. I've already done some road shows last year where I engaged with parents, and I promised them that after this summit, we'll definitely be going back to them to ensure that we bring them into the fold. Parenting is a big problem in our system. We have to acknowledge that. In the same vein, our own diagnostic assessments in the Free State confirm these national results. Many learners in our province reach grade 4 without having mastered the basic building blocks of reading, writing, and number sense. This reality is prevalent in many of our township and rural schools, particularly those serving historically marginalized black communities, where learners are confronted by under-resourced environments, overcrowded classrooms, inconsistent teaching quality, and limited parental involvement, all of which combine to produce poor learner outcomes. The early warning signs are evident in the growing learning backlogs, which widen progressively as learners move through the system. A system that fails to provide a solid foundation sets children on a path of academic struggle. They will struggle forever because the foundation in the first place was never solid. Social and economic exclusion and limits their potential for meaningful economic participation. So what we are actually seeing is this, continuous, what you call issues of social and economic exclusion simply because we did not do the right things. Thus, to center foundational education is to fundamentally shift the design of our entire education system from one that responds to crisis at the upper level, just touching that small portion at the end, at the tail end, to one that invests intentionally at the root. That is why our response must be grounded in practical targeted interventions. Program Director, research in the field of education indicates that a strong foundational education becomes a multiplier. It improves throughput rate, it reduces dropout rates, it raises learner self-esteem, and strengthens the productivity and innovation of the entire society. When we teach a child to read with meaning or for meaning, to reason logically, and to express themselves confidently in their mother tongue, we are not just teaching skills, we are shaping the capacity of future generations to participate meaningfully in the economy. To question injustices, they must not just fold their arms, they must question those injustices as they see them, and to contribute to the growth of their communities. The success of our high schools and the sustainability of our university pipeline depend on the cognitive, emotional, and literacy foundations laid in the earlier years. If we commit, and we truly commit as this collective, to centering primary education, we'll see this commitment ripple into every level of our society. Higher literacy rates will open doors to lifelong learning, digital fluency, and economic mobility. Literate communities are empowered communities. They raise healthier families, demand accountable governance, and attract investment. So it's far beyond what you see in the classroom. It goes far beyond. The Free State's path to socio-economic transformation runs through ECD centers. It is there that the seeds of justice, equity, and prosperity must be planted, because what we do in our foundation phase today will define the human capital of tomorrow. I acknowledge that our work is not without challenges. Among the key areas identified for improvement are the need to change the employment conditions of our grade R teachers, to strengthen inclusive education support, enhance teacher development programs, and particularly around Ntate Khopane, what we call soft skills. Our teachers are overwhelmed. Bana ba batletse matsogo. So we need to do something to capacitate them so that they can be able to better manage such situations. They need those soft skills. They need emotional intelligence. They need all these other things. We need to support them. And I think I raised this even at HOD. I stood up, and on behalf of the teachers, I said, it can't be right. We have to do something about it. matitjhere a rona a imetswe. We need to incorporate ICT in teaching, ensure that our learners can read and write, and we need to institutionalize parenting skills programs. We need to institutionalize that. I don't want to see it happening in some schools and not happening anywhere else. We need to institutionalize that. Through strategic investments, strengthened monitoring systems, and empowered school leadership, we can change the trajectory of our learners' lives. In fact, it is within our grasp to outgrow these obstacles, to recover stronger and wiser. The moment demands it. The summit is therefore not simply a conference, it is a generational compact. As we center primary education, we must also elevate collaboration amongst all stakeholders. We must prioritize early support from ECD centers through to primary schooling as a strategic imperative and foster robust engagement with partners across all sectors. I have been engaging with our partners, and as we engage with partners, we are not talking grade 12. We are talking primary education. They know, Old Mutual would know. All of them, we have been to Investec. We have met NG. NG is a renewable energy company somewhere in Lejwele Putswamme. We have engaged them. They will be coming on board as well. But reading, we are talking about primary education to say, how do you now begin to help us? Who else have we already met? Harmony. Yes, we are meeting all of them, and sometime in July, we'll be holding our partnerships summit. And that summit will be to say, we are sending a very strong message to them to say, now, the clear, mandate and line of march to say these are our needs. Actually, this is how the developmental agenda is supposed to unfold. How you must know exactly how. So harabatli investments it's about the carport or heba tuntle. That. Right. So that robust engagement with partners is ongoing until we are just getting built up towards the summit. So that Akako summit, in fact, what is also nice, maybe that I must mention, Investec took it upon themselves to say they are going to host that summit. And not only that, Ntate Tladi, you are here. Ntate Tladi is also working on a program more service providers are on. Hore the service provider bathong le ka se tle fela ka nako ya ntho ya well done. Well done o tla at the end. Tsontsho tsamaile gona this journey and begin to help us. Ha ke bua bluntly, I usually say if baka afford ka nnete ho reka body ke di ntho tse tsa lona ntate le body vev. If they can afford to buy that every weekend, I'm telling you, baka khona ho thusa dikolo tsaka di khone ho promote reading ko dikolong. Skebela nkabanya le di service provider lona la re kitse ba reka di vev. I'm just citing an example hore ka nnete ki bua fela hore they can really afford to help you. Program director, let us be clear. Centering primary education is not just about cognitive outcomes. It is about the holistic development and the well-being of our children. It's about their socialization as well. That's why we are involving parents and communities. It is about preparing young people not just for jobs, but for life. to listen, to question, and to imagine, and to lead. Before I conclude, allow me to close with the timeless wisdom of Toni Morrison, who once said, I quote, "If you can't imagine it, you can't have it." Close quote. This summit is above all an act of radical imagination. It is about envisioning our rural schools not as neglected outposts, but as emerging frontiers of excellence. It is about refusing to see our children as faceless statistics in a falling system, but rather as divine possibilities, each one carrying within them the spark of transformation. This is a space where we dare to believe that classrooms built of hope can be steadier than those built of bricks, that the small hands we nurture today will shape the democracy, the economy, and the soul of South Africa tomorrow. This is about us as leaders, educators, parents, policymakers, and public servants, reclaiming the revolutionary promise of education to equalize, to uplift, and to liberate. And this reclamation demands not comfort, but courage. As Thomas Sankara once reminded us, I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain degree of madness." It takes the courage of a dreamer. Close quotes. Today, let us be those dreamers. Let us be those builders. Let us center primary education, not because it is convenient, but because it is necessary, it is righteous, and it is non-negotiable. Let history record that on this day, in this moment, we as agents of change, that's what I call you. We call ourselves agents of change in our lifetime. We choose courage over complacency. We choose implementation over rhetoric. We choose children over statistics. We choose the future over fear. And above all, we choose love for humanity. I should have actually started with this quotation by a Cuban revolutionary, Ernesto Che Guevara, who says, I quote, "At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality." I close quote. Can we love each other? Can we love our children? Can we love our teachers? Without that love, we will not be able to transform the system. Can we love our teachers? My subject advisors, my officials, can we treat them with dignity? Can we treat the principals with dignity? Principals, can you teach with love? And let us love these kids. Some dividends, they will reciprocate. I usually argue to say that ba opisa ditlo mara le ko matlong a rona re na le bona ba ba yalo ena ga ba rata re ba bitsa bopapi a ke re mara ke nnete. Above all, guys, love will take us somewhere. Let me thank all of you in here, SMTs, teachers, SGPs, our teacher unions, our partners, and our officials, and wish you a constructive and innovative summit. We need to be innovative. Together, let's make primary education fashionable. With that, I declare the Free State Provincial Primary Education Summit officially open. Let us – Let us begin. Let us build. I thank you all. Ke a leboga.
Matso hape. Motho wa mona ha e le moetapele. Motho wa mona ha e le moetapele. Ale moetapele. Motho wa mona ale moetapele. Ale moetapele. Motho ale moetapele. Ale moetapele. Ale moetapele. Ale moetapele. Ale moetapele. Ale moetapele. Thank you very much. A round of applause. No, MEC Raleboa. Raleboa. Raleboa, MEC. You have really centered primary school education. Indeed, we are happy and we are satisfied as leaders and teachers in the primary schools. Thank you very much. I am requested to request the Honorable MEC to come forward, and you don't have to go up stage, just in front there. The task team is saying on behalf of all of us, thank you really for making sure that we become the real builders and dreamers. Bothata ba ka fela mane Mr. Lekgopo ke le ka utlwa reverberate ya ngopotsa nye conscientiousness ka ra mona reverberate ke ena ya ntho di a qala mona reverberate ka ra la e khona ka Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. A round of applause for that. Onane motho mong ya reng bona MEC ntate Montsho ke kgola o nkile dinouso re bona nako e sebetswa jwang ntate. Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. Another round of applause. Colleagues, I'm sure we really made and we took notes of what the MEC has been saying, which will really assist when you go into those commissions. Because those commissions must be fruitful, we must really engage, so that on Wednesday we are able to produce a document that will guide all of us. And we really need to make sure that it's a workable, actionable document that will be the roadmap in the primary school education. The following announcements, please. Lunch will be served in 2 serving points. The dining room is small to accommodate all of us. There will be those who will go to the dining room, and in no order of preference. Babang ba ipatla pela MEC khale le mona kere fam ba bang ba sa hloleng ba kopanang le yena nako e ngata space the officials ke a tsaya a go mo feng space ya kopana le ba tishera ka utlwe ditaba. And then there's also the second serving room. As you move out of this conference hall, you turn to your right. There's also another serving room there. So let us just divide ourselves nicely. Others will be going to the dining room, and others will be going to the room next door. Yeah? Mr. Tswai is requesting to meet with the panel members. Especially the following. We have also identified principals and teachers for being members of the panel, MEC. The principal, Memo Pedi, the principal of a Chanchelo primary school in Lejuelipuza, will be a member of the panel. We have also identified 2 departmental heads. Ms. Twala, departmental head for mathematics from JJ Kubeka, will be there. We have also identified the departmental head for languages, KS Mamadi from Retsamaile primary school. But above all, we have also identified an EEDN is a practitioner memo training from Ntataise ECD. So those panel members, the panelists, together with Memo Diba, our director from DBE, we request that you meet with Mr. Tswai during lunch, just for all of us to prepare and get ourselves ready for the discussions. And then all our scribes, Mr. Sbu Majola here, those who don't know him in the office of the MEC, we request the following people who are going to serve as our scribe: Mr. Khobe, Mel Bohang Mufokeng, Mr. Mohapi, Me Murake or Me Palule, as well as Me Fisachi, to meet with Mr. Sbu Majola, so as to get ourselves ready for tomorrow, as we'll be doing the work. When you look at the document given to you, attached to the program are the guiding questions. Guiding questions. Please, we are requested that today after the session you must go through all those. Now, Commission 3, Commission 3, the MEC has also made an input during a speech now that we must factor in the issue of the softer skills for the teachers. What are we going to do to capacitate the teachers, to support them as they are dealing with these challenges? So it's not captured, but let's include it there, you know. Then all the scribe must meet with Mr. Sbu also during lunch. Then all delegates that used the hotel parking, they are requested to register their car registration numbers. You will go to the area where you registered this morning, just to register your car. And then lastly, those who are coming outside Bloemfontein where accommodation has been arranged, you are even all the officials and teachers, everybody who are coming from outside, you are requested to meet with the district CESs to manage the issue of accommodation. Because we are managing that. But we will deal with that. Primary school. I am told, I think I've addressed all the announcements. That is why Rally Pedi. So please, colleagues, the panelists meet with Mr. Tswai. The scribes meet with Mr. Sbu Majola to deal with all other issues. We are now breaking for lunch. May I request that we be seated. If you look at your time there, it says lunch 14 to 14:45. But I request that because of the number of people we are having here, let's make sure that by 15 hours, agere nerekopa batho ba ne ba rongweng ba bo hopa o so bo Dalesville ba tlileng agere na le batho ba rongweng ha ba tloa utho o tla toropong, manage time 3 o'clock be re dutse re khona o etsa man. Thank you very much. Let's break. Let's go for a break. And that is why, Lisbu, please come forward to the podium so that Batubakhono le bona Tswai, Mr. Tswai Klope le mona Batubakhono bona, Sbu Klope le mona Batubakhono bona, please. That is why. Panelists, please come to the podium to meet with Mr. Tswai. And the scribes, please come forward to meet with Mr. Sbu.
What's
Yeah, guys, very short.
Mr. Mokhorosi, agora ba kene ka mo ntate. Jwale member tsa team ya ka le bona ke tsebe jwala ba kenye batho. Colleagues, thank you very much. ZZ, re ba dule fatshe mo ntate. Cindy, aba kena hlemme. Ke kopa le kwale menyako yo kaofela mo. Re kopa re kwale menyako. Marvel, abana bona bana. So no what is that? Mara kare bakas kena letse tsaba ke mo kyane mane engwe ke ka unless ba dula mo fashion wa bo ba tla nyolo ha bene mara ke re tlo ba fa dilo o tla ema ha bo ba fa di mai ba tla ema gore ba ye fashion ka ba bitsa magoba ile ke tla ba bitsa thank you very much. Ndare Tladi, Ndare Pako, are dulem fatshe, are dulem fatshe. Principal are le retlhabetse dula fatshe ke. Negere principal le retlhabetse dula fatshe a se coffee fante mo. A se believe. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now get to the panel discussions, where we really want all of us to engage. The topic that we gave to the colleagues, is innovative approaches to ECD and primary school teaching, improving learner performance. Now, the colleagues who are going to form part of the panel, our panelists, are from our schools. We identified colleagues from our schools who are going to share the expertise and the experiences, what they are going through on daily basis to improve learner performance. The chairperson of the panel is going to be Mr. Tswai, who is our CES responsible for mathematics and science in the primary schools, is going to be the chairperson of the panel. Now I'm going to request the panelists to come forward. Me Mudiba, who is our director from DBE, who is going to be the panel member. Memudiba. Thank you very much. The second member of the panel, Memopedi. Memopedi is the principal of Chanchelo Primary School in Bothaville. It is one of our primary schools that is doing very well. Memopedi from Chanchelo Primary School, Bothaville. Primary school that is also doing very well. You can see how we mixed the panel members. We have got a DBE representative, a principal, then also departmental heads. Then we have got Metwala. Metwala is a departmental head from JJ Quebec. Metwala from JJ Quebec. He is the departmental head for mathematics. Metwala, I'm told I must also correct it because of hard work, she is no longer a departmental head. She is a newly appointed deputy principal. Then, I go to Mesebiti Awolate. You are one of them. Then, the next panel member, a departmental head for languages, Ms. K.S. Mamadi from Retsamaile. Then the last one, we have Me P. Mutswening. Me Mutswening is from Ntataise, Early Childhood Development Center, ECD Center there. Now, colleagues, these are our panel members who are going to give their inputs. Let's give them a round of applause. Technicians, we will need the mics for the colleagues. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Mr. Tswai, who's going to lead the panelists. Let's welcome Mr. Tswai. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director Ntate Mokgobo. Let me recognize and acknowledge the MSc, the HOD, and senior managers that are present here today. I think the HOD has already said protocol. Today's, as Ntate Mokgobo has just introduced it, brings together passionate voices and forward-thinking professionals who are reimagining the classroom. You know, when you talk about innovation, we're talking about coming up with new things. So they are championing child-centered learning and are basically unlocking new strategies that would fit into centering of primary education to innovative learning environments. Now, the MEC has already indicated we are centering primary education, and this means to innovative environments. So as we dive into this discussion, I encourage all of you to participate, and wherever you are sitting, think of an innovative input into whatever the colleagues are going to share with us. So this topic, it holds immense importance because it speaks directly to the foundational skills at these early stages of education. It's an important topic. And if you look at the issue of building strong foundation, innovative approaches in these stages can have profound and long-term impact on learner performance and overall success in life. MEC just made an example of Tumo Kisiswasisol, which she learned way back. She never forgets about it. You know, those of you that know about Amakeia and how you learned about Amakeia. So, and all those teachers that used to teach Amakeia, they will come to the class making noise about Amakeia, and then you know that Thursday is a donderdag. It's also about addressing systemic challenges. We have one commission that works with particularly issues about overcrowding. It talks about resources. So this is also an issue that the HOD raised. And innovative methods can be so powerful for learners to learn. Now, the format of the commission, ladies and gentlemen, I spoke to the panelists here and say it's an open one. It's an open type of discussion. I'll ask them questions, and I allowed them that they have prepared presentations they can share with us. But because of the limited time that we are allocated, each one of them, if he or she is doing a presentation, would have to take about 10 minutes. 10 minutes each, and thereafter, another one. After all of them have presented, I would also allow the House to make inputs and deliberations on what the colleagues would have presented. Now, the questions that I want to put through, that the colleagues would address if they have, if they don't have in their presentations, or if they can respond to them, are issues on understanding innovation in the primary schools teaching. If they can put us in an understanding of what is innovation in primary school teaching context. They can also share with us example of innovative teaching or methods, teaching methods or tools that significantly improved learner engagement or performance? That's the first question that I have to the panelists. And obviously, Mem Diba, from a different context, should also respond differently. The other question that I have is the impact on learner performance. How do we measure the impact of innovative practices on learner performance, especially on literacy and numeracy? Have you observed any unexpected outcomes out of an innovative approach that you put through, positive or negative? The colleagues might state that, from implementing these new strategies. I also want them to look into the aspect of teacher development and support. What kind of professional development is needed to equip teachers with skills to implement innovative practices? And how can school leadership support teachers in experimenting with sustaining the new approaches? I think I'm going to stop on those three. I've got others that I think after they have shared, I will ask them. And then we will start in the order that they are lined up in the program. We'll start with Me Mudiba. You have the presentation. Must I put it on or? Yes, okay, thank you. Please welcome Me Mudiba colleagues. Welcome. You can talk to this one or, yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Ntate Tswai, and to the Honorable MEC, Dr. Maboya, who will forever remain my DDG of curriculum at the DBE, and the HOD in absentia, senior managers from the province and the districts in the Free State, teachers, circuit managers, everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dumelang. Goeiemiddag. I know that this is the graveyard session, but I was hoping that, you know, the aircon will keep us awake. So, colleagues, I have prepared a presentation on this topic about innovative approaches to teaching in primary schools. If you can please assist me with, this is not similar to my laptop, so I'm not sure what is happening here. Yeah, but in the meantime, colleagues, the topic that we are going to be discussing is related to innovative teaching approaches in primary schools. And I'm happy that, you know, the MEC, the HOD, and other senior managers, you know, have come up with this theme of centering primary schools, centering primary education, because that is where it all begins. Without a proper foundation, without ensuring that our learners are properly grounded in the foundational skills of reading, of writing, and reading with comprehension, as well as counting or numeracy, then we will forever come up with interventions in the FET phase, particularly in matric. So it is very important that we refocus and reconsider our approaches to teaching, especially in the early grades in primary school. So I have prepared this very short presentation, and in my preparation of the presentation, I also included early childhood development, because this has now become a function shift. It's part of the DBE. And for learners to be able to thrive throughout primary schools and beyond, they need to have access to quality early childhood development. and they also need to attend grade R. So now, when you look at research, what does research tell us? And research has been conducted over the years, and it tells us that over the past 30 years, this is research telling us that the most important period of human development is from birth up to around the age of 8 or around the age of 9. Therefore, it's very important that our learners are exposed to good and quality early childhood development programs. And it is during these years that learners will develop their cognitive skills. Cognitive skills don't develop when learners start formal schooling in grade R. They precede grade R. They start, I think, even before they start in creches. So cognitive skills are development, emotional well-being. Learners need to be taught about emotional well-being, about how to express themselves, and also how to regulate their emotions. Social competence, how to interact with other learners, physical as well as mental development. So these are some of the important skills. Now, in terms of teaching, I'm just going to fly through the slides because I've got other panel members who have to present. So these are the lifelong learning areas. And where it all begins is with basic numeracy skills, problem-solving skills, language acquisition. Learners need to acquire language, and this is why it is important for learners to be taught in a language that they understand best in the early grades. It is also about perceptual motor skills, perceptual skills development. Learners need to know the difference between left, right, backward, forward, and stuff like that. So now, what are some of the innovative teaching approaches that we are implementing in the sector? One of them is called play-based learning, and I'm sure that a lot of the subject advisors in the Free State have been exposed to workshops that showcase how to implement play-based learning. And the methods are very simple. It's all about storytelling. It's about role play. It's about educational games. And play-based learning should not just be random. It shouldn't be chaotic. It should be planned. Teachers need to plan for play-based learning so that it becomes organized and that there is an outcome at the end of the lesson. And this teaching approach is best for foundation phase learners, and the outcome is that of a joyful as well as learners that are engaged. And learners learn best, and I think even adults, we all learn best in very relaxed environments. We all learn best in very relaxed environments, and this is why we are now advocating for play-based learning. And MEC, I'm happy that we've got universities that have been invited. We have academics attending this summit because we need to work collaboratively with universities who are responsible for training, teachers who are responsible for training our ECD practitioners on how best to embed play-based learning in our initial teacher education programs. So the next slides are just examples. In case somebody disputes this, these are just examples of how far Free State is with regards to implementing play-based learning. We have been working with UNICEF in this regard, and they have distributed the bricks, and these are the resources that are used for play-based learning. So it is very important that when we organize schools, and principals are here, classrooms, they need to be organized, they need to be relaxed environments to encourage play-based learning so that learners are able to acquire the relevant skills. And it is equally important to ensure that outdoor spaces are also relevant and safe for learners to learn and explore. So these are just examples of how schools can go about this in terms of attires. We don't want to see learners in grade R or even in the ECD wearing formal clothing because it will restrict them from being engaged in play-based learning. They shouldn't be wearing ties, they should be wearing relaxed attires. Now, in addition to that, we also have inquiry-based and problem-based learning. And colleagues, I was telling somebody the other day that knowledge is everywhere. there is no need for us to be telling learners, in as much as memory is important, but I think we need to move beyond teaching approaches that just lead to learners regurgitating knowledge. Because knowledge is everywhere. If you want to find out what the capital city of the Free State is, it is easily available. You can Google that. In fact, I think even Google is becoming redundant now because we are using ChatGPT, we are using Meta. And I know a few people who use ChatGPT as their therapists. But anyway, the teaching methods that are very innovative that we need to start thinking about and we need to start introducing in our schools are those of problem solving, because knowledge is everywhere. So learners need to come up with solutions to real life problems. What is a common problem that is found in areas that they live in? Is it littering? And if it is littering, how can that problem be solved in a way that is environmentally sustainable? We should also take into consideration that, and I think the HOD mentioned that we don't have any homogeneous classrooms. If you've got a classroom with 40 learners, all those 40 learners come with 40 different characteristics. They learn differently, and therefore in our preparation for teaching and learning, we need to ensure that we take inclusion, which is a key principle in our curriculum, into consideration when we plan, when we teach, as well as when we assess. Differentiated teaching approaches are very important. And technology, many of these learners, it looks like they were born with technology. It looks like it's embedded in their DNAs. How often do you buy a gadget at home that does not come with an instruction manual, but then you give it to any small child and they will be able to show you how to actually operate that? And this is why we cannot be clinging to the teaching methodologies of the 70s. I think Mr. Tswai mentioned that recitation that we all did, and where people would just be barking at the words in the recitation and not actually understanding the meaning of what those words are. So we need to come up with innovative approaches such as technology, and also what is equally important is to ensure that we provide learners with feedback of whether or not what they have learned has produced the desired outcomes. And we can only do that if we incorporate formative assessment into our daily teaching and learning. Very simple. Formative assessment, you engage with the learners, just to track if they are following the lesson, just to make sure that they have understood concepts that have been presented. And these days we commonly call it Assessment for Learning, AFL. And I believe that the teacher unions have been working with several provinces to roll out formative assessment or assessment for learning. And lastly, one of the innovative teaching approaches that I'm going to be talking about today is that of cross-curricular or thematic teaching. And this approach is very relevant, particularly in multi-grade contexts, where you have 2 grades in one classroom. Sometimes it's even multi-grade and multi-phase. So it can work best in such contexts because you organize teaching around a single theme or a topic, and then you also try to demonstrate the connections between the different disciplines or subjects. For example, you have a subject called social sciences where learners they are taught geography, they are taught the water cycle, and in the water cycle they are taught different concepts such as evaporation, transpiration, etc. Now, the very same topic can be found in natural sciences and technology in the intermediate phase. It is very important, colleagues, for learners to understand that the evaporation that is taught in geography in social sciences is the same concept that is taught in natural sciences and technology. There's no evaporation for geography, there's no evaporation for natural sciences and technology. It is the same concept, it means one and the same thing. And therefore, this is why it is very important for universities to work with us to ensure that at initial teacher education training level, all of these teaching approaches are embedded in the curriculum at university so that we are able to have teachers who are capable and competent of not only knowing the curriculum, but of being capable of delivering the curriculum in a manner that learners will understand best. And lastly, I'm just going to be talking about system-level implications of innovative teaching approaches. These require that our teachers are well-trained, they have to be well-trained, they have to be well-versed in content as well as in methodology. At school level, supportive leadership. School principals, departmental heads, we have to provide support in that regard. Access to resources, alignment with curriculum, and at district, provincial, and national level, we need to ensure that whatever it is that we implement gets monitored on an ongoing basis. And therefore, monitoring has to be embedded in teaching and learning. So this is where I'm going to stop, chairperson of the panel, and I will respond to the other questions at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Modipa. Colleagues, next in line will be Mayor Mopedi. And in her presentation, she talked about technology integration. From Ntate Mautswa's presentation, he talked about talking pens. And Ntate Mloe, I think I want to go and see these talking pens. I've never seen something like that. It's a...
Sticky the USB drive.
Talking pens, Ntate Monzo. Have you seen it? Okay. I'll see that one. Right, colleagues, that was a presentation from a different perspective, a high-level presentation at DBE level. Now we're going to receive a more practical presentation at school level.
No, I was coughing actually.
At school level, from a principal's perspective.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me acknowledge the presence of our Honorable MEC, our HOD in absentia, and also let me also acknowledge the presence of the acting DDG, Ntate Munan. And also, No, it's like when I thought of him, like I got shaken. So let me just say, colleagues, protocol is established, and I thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you so much. I wanted to see if maybe you are still awake or maybe you are still sleeping. Because this is a critical moment to present as the principal of the school, and you cannot present after lunch. Yes. Now, colleagues, MEC, I had two presentations. I wanted to brag about my school, but I felt that the bragging won't help. But I am here rather to assist other principals so that they also perform. Because what we want is the Free State that is better. We want the Free State that is performing at a certain level. So all the schools that are here, I want to believe that after all the presentations, we are going to be better people. I am Memo Pedi, by the way, from Janjelo Primary School. And already the topic has been discussed with you, colleagues. My take on this presentation, MEC, is to say I am just fertilizing the soil because we can plant. But if the soil is not fertile, then it means it is as good as doing nothing. Now, I also chose the systems that are working for us, the ones that were researched, and I want to believe that, or I want to be today the testimony to say these systems are working for us because I am using them at my school and they produced the desired results. I chose WSE MEC as a mechanism for improving learner performance. Now, as and when I was preparing this second presentation, I was asking myself, how is it going to help other principals? How is it going to help other managers so that they improve and perform better? Now, this is the structure that I came up with. Now, when I was listening to Ntate's presentation, one of the principals from Botshabelo, Ntate talked about identified some areas of improvement. Now, this is where you start as a principal. You start with your evaluation process. Now, when you go to the doctor, you say, "Doctor, I am coughing." Now, the doctor will start evaluating you. Now, here is the process of evaluation. I use the SWOT analysis at my school. And this SWOT analysis, I'm still doing it every 3 years. I do it at my school. And also, remember when you do the SWOT analysis as a principal of the school, you look at the overall review of the school. That's what you do to say the learners are not performing in mathematics, the learners are also not performing in home languages. Now, number 2, I touched on the commissions. I like this part where it talks to the commissions. Why? Because that is where you involve all the stakeholders. You cannot just say, I was performing at 50%, now it's 2025, I'm performing at 20. It's not the responsibility of the principal to teach mathematics, but the responsibility of the principal is to ensure that the teachers who are teaching mathematics, are they equipped in terms of teaching the mathematics. So these commissions, we're having 9 areas of evaluation in terms of WSE. Now, I chose this mechanism because it has worked for me. And if it has worked for me, it will work for everybody. Now, number 2, you have your SSE. What is your SSE? It is the mirror. And all the principals and departmental heads and the teachers who are seated here, they have these documents. But I want to believe that if they are correctly implemented, they will fix the broken schools. They will fix the schools that are underperforming. Because we are looking at the performance, but we are not looking at the soil, whether is it fertile or it's not fertile. Now I move to number 3. Number 3 is your SDP. Now what is this SDP? It goes hand in hand with your SWOT analysis. Now you come up with the school's development plan. That is the document that you're going to utilize for 3 years. You outline all the activities in this document. And I call it my macro planning. Remember, in terms of the commissions, all the members of the staff are in the know. All the stakeholders are in the know of this school's development plan. Now, from this school development plan, we move to number 4, which is the school's improvement plan. And both of them, they are linked to the budget. What informed number 3 and number 4? Your reports. Remember, you get your visit from WSE, you get your visit from the district office, and they will inform these 2 documents that I've highlighted here. And I call it my planning process. Now, I have highlighted on 9 areas of evaluation. Why are they so important? These 9 areas of evaluation, this is a school. It's a management of the school. And these areas are the ones that gives us the results as a principal. If they are well communicated with the teachers, and then we implement. Now, that is my implementation process, meaning I'm talking to 3 processes. I've talked to evaluation, planning process, as well as implementation process, because that is the most important process amongst others. And we set also as a school to say, how can we align? How are these 9 areas going to work for us as a school in terms of improving learner performance? 1, I've aligned learner achievement, quality of teaching and learning, and educator development. Now, all the presenters who are presenting here, they talk to educator development. They talk to quality of teaching and learning. Now, what does this give us? both of them, they give us the status of teaching and learning. That is where it is determined whether you are performing or you are not performing. Now, the second one, the second alignment. May I please have water? Sorry for this. Yeah, kushula. It's very hot.
Colleagues, let me protect Mayor. Mayor, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Now, the second one, the second alignment, basic functionality of the school, curriculum, and resources. We've been talking about this. Leadership, management, and communication, aligned. That is my number 2. But now, these are the factors that impact on teaching and learning. You might do whatever, but if these are not happening at the school, are we going to have learners who are performing? Are we going to have the teachers who are performing at the level that we want? It won't happen, right? Now, the last one, schools infrastructure, parents and community, school safety, security and discipline, governance, and relationships. Now, also, this alignment also, it gives us the factors that creates a conducive environment in terms of teaching and learning. Now, quite a number of my teachers will be asking, ma'am, why do you like this mechanism? I like this mechanism because it is so practical. It gives you the what, the how. Very simple. And if we go back to it and go through each and every area, you will see that this is the mechanism that could also assist our province in terms of improving the results. Now, I said the basic functionality of the school. Colleagues, can you manage the school without policies? Can you manage the school without policies and that are not communicated to all the stakeholders? How are you going to be held accountable? Now, I think in my previous slide, I almost forgot the most important thing. That is your year planning. I did not touch on it, and it's the most important document, your year plan. Do you see number 5? That is the year plan. Now, I wanted to talk to accountability. Now, when you have your year plan, remember all the activities that are outlined in your year plan. These documents, 1, 2, 3, they should be your Bible. These are the documents that you use to hold people accountable. To say, but we said we're going to achieve at this level. Why didn't we? How can we help you?
Madam Perry, I only have 1 hour.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, Chairperson. You know, when I talk about WSE, because this is the system actually that has helped me. Now, in a normal school, if you're having challenges in terms of learner absenteeism and teacher absenteeism, are we going to achieve the desired results? We won't be able to. So these are the most important things to say. Let us have processes and procedures in terms of addressing. That is how you fertile your soil. Because the WSE on its own, it creates a conducive learning and teaching environment. Leadership and management and communication. Now, I must say, Chairperson, this one is the most important one. Now, the rise, MEC, and the fall of the learner performance is in the hands of the SMT of the school. If they don't give direction, I mean, your work is just to give direction to the teachers so that the teachers will be able to give direction to the learners. Now, if they arrive at school and they don't know what is it that they must do, what is expected of them, they will do as they want, right? But the SMT of the school, they have the responsibility to ensure that they give the direction. But how do you give a direction if you don't have a plan? How do you hold your teachers accountable if you don't have your plans? Now remember, we talked to this, but it is the implementation stage. That's where we are implementing our plans. They must also promote quality of teaching and learning in the school through appropriate curriculum, physical resources, and human management. Nowadays, people don't want to be held accountable. But we need to hold everybody accountable, even the learners. Now, if we hold them accountable, they will understand. But how do you hold me accountable if there are no targets that are set for me? I am just being there for the sake of being there. I don't know what is expected of me. So that is why I'm saying our weakest link could be our SMT. They also manage staff relations through sound discipline and dispute resolution. Colleagues, the school where there are conflicts, we can never have desired results. We are always fighting in meetings. We are, let me show you the importance of this. You'll be having your briefing session. What is a briefing session? I must go to the staff room and brief you. It's not a meeting. I am telling you, I am giving you the direction for that particular day. If I say it takes 5 minutes, let it be. Remember, the core is teaching and learning. Now, our SGBs, as uneducated as they are, but the role that they play is massive, I must tell you. But who has the responsibility to bring them on board? The principal. What is it that you use? The policies. You are not leading outside the policies. Me, MEC, Renali Dibeta, as principals. Renali Dibeta, as managers. These are the tools that you are using. Remember the responsibility of the SGB. What are they doing? They are supporting us so that we get the desired results. Now, how do they support us? They are the policy makers. And who are we? The policy implementers. Simple as that. And I'm worried. If the schools are having policies and the SGP members are not even conversant with them, then it means in those schools we can never get results. Now I wanted to talk to quality of teaching and learning. Effective time management of teaching and learning. Colleagues, I've already touched on that. We cannot have meetings when we have to teach our learners. We need to protect the teaching and, this, it creates the atmosphere, it creates the culture of teaching and learning. Ndata Munju said something. He said, the learners are going to school and coming back without being taught. It's because of this. We don't respect teaching and learning time. And 7 hours that we stay at school. MEC, before the extra classes, before we can even start with the extra, how can you do the extra classes before you teach the learners? If you are not protecting teaching and learning and then you are saying we're going to have the extra classes, who's suffering? We are mentoring our learners with extra classes if we are not doing justice. Creation of a positive learning environment through management of learner discipline. Colleagues, code of conduct. There's something that I like about my parents. If the teachers did something wrong and they'll come to me and say, but principal, according to the code of conduct, this was supposed to happen. You know why? Because I communicated the code of conduct with them. They know the contents before they could sign. They know that if learners are doing this, this is going to happen to them. Resources. Why are we providing resources, colleagues? To support teaching and learning. I cannot be standing here. I said to you, I don't teach mathematics. But technically speaking, I'm a maths and home language teacher because I account for those results. I'm going to be fast, chairperson. I'm almost done. Right. Sorry, colleagues. I have flu, so my voice. These are things that you know, right? All these things that are flagged here, we know that they must happen. But sometimes, go to those schools that are underperforming, they are not there. These are basics, but they are very critical in terms of learner performance. Now, when I talk to quality of teaching and learning, I would like to refer to the teach and assess strategy. You teach your learners, you assess your learners. After you have assessed, what is it that you must do? You must mark so that you get a report. And after marking, you do the corrections. And that is where our first level of assessment starts. It doesn't start with the formal activities. It starts with the informal. Now, when you do your corrections and you see that the learners are still struggling with this topic, go to corrections of corrections. It's good. I'm moving fast, Chairperson. I'm almost done. I've also touched on curriculum provision. And I remember this first part. Yo, Ntate Munchu will kill you, colleagues. Let me tell you, he has visited my school. And fortunately, I was not found wanting. I was at least at 40-something%. Now, colleagues, we procure, right? We buy books. We distribute. But retrieval, we need to fix that. Because we'll forever be buying textbooks year in, year out. We won't be able to move. Remember, we are saying we want to ensure that our learners, they move from paper to ICT. When are we going to get to that level? And you establish and maintain a relevant curriculum information management system data, maintenance of curriculum structures to provide curriculum support to subject teachers. Now, your PLCs. Colleagues, I did not understand the issue around PLCs, but now I understand, because PLC, it's a setup like this, where we are sharing best practices. You won't take them all, right? From this summit, don't take them all. Just take 1 or 2 that you'll go back home and implement. That's where you start. And that's how you put an elephant in a refrigerator, all right? Why I loved WSE as a mechanism for improving learner performance, because it talks to mathematics. It talks to home languages. And when you peruse that document, it tells you exactly what to do and how to do it. So go back to those areas. We normally complete it in September and then we submit. I don't do that, never. Because that is a working document. That is a document that helps me to give my school direction. If I don't have that, what is it that I'm going to use to navigate through? Nothing. The teachers will do as they please. I'm the principal there, I must give direction. And I'm the principal there, I must develop other managers. Thank you. School safety and security and discipline. I've touched on discipline, both for teachers and learners. Now, the health and safety security policies, do we have that? These things, they matter, but they have an impact in creating a conducive environment for teaching and learning. Now, the safety practices against potential hazards, safety regulations that aim to ensure that safety of the learner, staff, and visitors on the premises through the access control, regulations in compliance with the legislation, learner discipline, policy, and procedures. I've touched on this one also. Very important. You cannot have both learners and teachers who are ill-disciplined and you think that you'll get the results. Colleagues, go back to the basic functionality of the school. It talks to simple things that matters. Late coming is a misconduct. And if you don't address that, it becomes a norm. We are doing what is wrong right, and it cannot be correct. I'm almost done, Chairperson.
One minute.
And I've listened to the principal and he said, my school is one of the cleanest school. And let me tell you what I use. I use PDMS. It works for me. It gives them direction. They know. PMDS. I can't PDMS. But thank you so much. Now, these are the most important things. And then let me show you how these things that I've mentioned here, actually impact on teaching and learning. They can impact negatively. Now, the ablution facilities that are proposed, if they're not in working order, the teachers will come and say, Principal, learners must go home. Why? There's no water. What are we doing? Parents and community? I mean, colleagues, we talked about this. This is the most important thing. You know, I've got 3 meetings in each and every term. 1, I've got a general parents meeting. 2, grade meetings. 3, one-on-one meetings with the learners who did not perform well for that particular term. And then 4, I also engaged those who have performed well to encourage them to do more. I'm almost done, Chairperson. And in closing, let me say these things, when you implement them, they are not easy. They are not as easy as you present them in front of these people. You've got challenges, people will come and challenge you. But let me tell you one thing, I chose this code because it works for me. It motivates me every day. And it is by unknown, I don't even know the person who came up with this code. I really don't know. And I quote, the true measure of a leader is not the number of people who follow her, but the number of people who are passionate about their work. And I close quote. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Moperi. It is hot up here. Colleagues, give a round of applause. That was innovation at another level. Innovation. You know, even though you have agreed on the time frames, somebody comes here and then does something else. All right. Thank you very much. The next presentation, innovation in primary schools. At another level again. Now we go into departmental heads. We'll start with the departmental heads, mathematics, Metwala. Metwala, please come forth. Colleagues.
Let me just clean it one more time. Okay, maybe so long.
Okay. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay.
I'm not going to dwell on the presentation.
Over to you, Mayor.
I'm very short, Lord. A very good afternoon to our Honorable MEC, Dr. Maboya. Can I just observe the protocol and greet the House at large? It is unfortunate that I come after such a powerful speaker. And I believe that my height for this instance will work for me. I'll be very short as my height because I know that I'm a maths teacher and I honor time. And I understand that we only have 1 hour and that is why. So I'll just do the justice in that is why, because when we are receiving the mandate from the MEC, it was that as we come and address the innovative strategies or ideas, we need to be very practical. That means we need to share what exactly we are doing that is different from others. So therefore, what I'm going to introduce today, which is innovative ideas, I believe that we have been talking for years about differentiated teaching. And this differentiated teaching, I believe these are the innovative approaches. Because these, in this manner, this is the way of which, I'm used to walk around, colleagues. So when I walk around, this mic of yours is limiting me because I want to address. All right, thank you, Ndad.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, I'm not going to be in detail in my presentation. So but I'm going to speak from the heart of a teacher that believes that she's a maths guru. So whatever that I do or talk about in terms of maths, I ensure that it leaves an impact to somebody who is discouraged or not performing very well in terms of mathematics.
Okay. The Sustainable Development Goal 4 has been spoken about in a lot of gatherings, which talks about quality of education. MEC, I believe that in most of the posts in Facebook, it says, first aid is simply excellent. However, I got very disturbed about the DDG report that was done in February about the learner performance in the Free State for 2024. One of the subjects that could only reach about 50% in the learner performance in the primary school in foundation phase was only life skills in terms of level 7s. However, we are regarding ourselves as an excellent. And when you look at intermediate phase, the life skills could not even reach above 35% in terms of level 7s in that phase. LO, which is the life orientation, it is the highest in terms of level 7s in the senior phase, with only 14.3. But the question is, where are other subjects? If we are really the excellent province, why are we not achieving when it comes to level 7s? Because it's only the results that determines us to say that we are really excellent. Therefore, I believe that this gathering was most important for times such as this, to ensure that as we go back, we reflect and ensure that we make an impact in terms of a learner performance. Because I believe that the teacher's purpose in a class is to teach. And how do you know that a learner has learned? Through the results. So I'm going to allude on some of the recommendations or the strategies that can be implemented. Some will not be limited to mathematics, but even to other subjects. We know that most of the time, our learners are exposed into competitions when they're about in grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. What about the ECD? Because these learners are part of our schooling according to the new Bella Act, because now the school starts from grade R. Therefore, that means that we need to lay a strong foundation, because through these competitions such as Maths Marathon, it allows the learner to understand that they are part of the school and that they need to love numbers. Because the main purpose of grade R until grade 6 for learners in mathematics is to learn number sense. Therefore, if they are engaged in numbers, if they are engaged in competitions, they develop the love for mathematics. We are a very fortunate province whereby in mathematics from grade 4 until grade 7, for every topic at the end, there is an informal activity or an informal task. Therefore, I developed a tool which I call it informal test tracking tool. This tool whereby as the learners, they are writing their informal test according to their topic, we record the marks immediately. And the parents also sign to ensure that the parents are also involved in their children's learning. Therefore, through this, it allows me as a teacher to track my learners' performance prior to the formal task. Therefore, if I see there's a gap, because through our learning, we know that there will be a time for revision. Therefore, that time of revision, I know where gaps are, even before I see the results. Because most of the time, you want to address the learner performance after we have seen the final results of the learners at the end of the term. This, I call it a name-calling paper or a stick. We know that nowadays it's very difficult to reprimand learners in the classroom, especially after Section 10 of the Bella Act that says we cannot even scream on these learners. We cannot even point on these learners. So this name calling, or the stick, ice cream stick, where I write their names, as I enter into the classroom, I ensure that my learners will not raise their hands when I ask them questions. But they know that they need to listen during the lesson. Because if I'm asking a question, I'm not pointing anybody, I'm just taking out the stick. And they must respond to me. Therefore, through that, I also see where the gaps are. Because the moment they are unable to answer me, I know that I am fast forward and they are left behind. I know that most of the time we'd be saying that we do not have sufficient resources. I know sometimes it's very difficult to set a baseline test. I'll cite an example with grade 7 where we are teaching properties of 2D shapes. When I go to my class, I'll be asking them as a baseline. I do not have any question paper, just myself being there in the class. I'll be asking them, is there anybody who knows 2D shapes? Remember that it's a prior knowledge of previous grades. So therefore, I would be saying that for those who say, I know 2D shapes, please raise up your hands like this. So those who are saying, I think I know, but I'm not sure, I'd say set them out on the sides. And those will be saying, this one is the first time that I hear of this. And I'll say, please point them forward. By so doing, already there I can see my baseline assessment to say that there are learners that think they know, but they are not sure. There are those that think that they really know these 2D shapes. So what I will do is that I start with the ones that said, I am not sure. So that as these ones respond, they can ignite those ones who did say that they do not know. Because one would be saying that, for an example, will be saying, oh, 2D shape, I think it's a square. And I'll be saying, that is a good example of a 2D shape. And these other ones that were having their hands on the side or forward, they'll be saying, I also know these 2D shapes. And therefore, through that, I know that as I lay the foundation, as a teacher, how deep should I go or how low should I go? Let's go to mutual teaching. I heard the previous speaker talking about the PLCs. It is very unfortunate that we are in the same schools. We are teaching same subjects, but in different grades. However, you don't know the content of the previous grade. Because we tend to say, "Ke bana ba ka," when they are in my class. As they leave your class, they are no more bana ba ka. They are going to somebody new. And you find that because there is no mutual teaching in the school, these learners, when they get to a new grade, they are taught the same topic differently so. Where other teachers not building from the previous teacher. You find that we are teaching intermediate phase and senior phase. You don't know what is happening in the foundation phase. However, these learners, when they transform and goes to the intermediate phase, they seems like they are seeing something new in all aspects. So as an example there, I am not teaching grade 4, but because we are introducing a new long division box method, that means I had to introduce it to grade 4, and then the grade 5 teacher took it further, the grade 6 teacher took it further, and until they reached to the grade which I'm teaching, which is grade 7. Therefore, we know that our learners in our school from grade 4 to grade 7, they are all using a box method for long division. Therefore, by so doing, we are ensuring that there is consistency in terms of the learner performance. We spoke about parental involvement. I love technology so much. I love using Google Classroom, I love using WhatsApp. But I saw a gap to that. The parents do not know how to use these apps. They do not know how to go to Google or assist these learners when I have sent an online assessment. So I started to capacitate the very same parents. Because if you can remember, the awareness of learning challenges and the benefits of education at home are only emphasized in grade 12, where parents are called at the beginning of the year and they are told or they are being asked to support these learners and how to support them in grade 12. Why not in grade 4? Why not in grade 5? So this awareness, as I emphasize on it, I also capacitate them on how to support these learners so that they can also come on board. Because as these parents are learning, they also get an interest. Because I'll cite an example. During WhatsApp, we are doing integers in grade 7. It's a new topic. So therefore, in class, I'll be taking a video. The very same video, I'll be posting it on WhatsApp. I'm not just teaching a learner, I'm also teaching the parent. Because they'll be also watching and being able to assist. As we do the lesson plans, we do have what we call the learning outcomes. Therefore, I change it to the learning intentions, where my learners know that for every topic before we begin, there is I can. The I can is more personalized, it's more learner-centered. These outcomes that I know that I want to achieve at the end of the lesson, I share with them to say, at the end of the lesson, I want you to be able to draw a 360 degrees angle, know how to draw a 180 degrees angle, know how to draw an angle between 180 to 360. And I say when they start to write their learning intention to say, I can draw an angle between 270 and 360. I can draw an angle at 180 degrees. I can draw an angle at 360 degrees. That gives them power and responsibility of their own education. Because the moment they know that they are unable to do that, they know that they are already having a gap. So as a teacher, as you can see in that picture, you see they are highlighting. I can see that my learner do not know the 5 different types of angles. As for others that they have highlighted, they know them. So that means if I have to support this learner, I know where to start. I believe that a powerful weapon, it is a mind. That means if the mind is in the right place, the attitude changes. When I enter in my classroom, I give them affirmations so that they gain confidence. The moment they say I can do it, I am able to do it. As I start and do the lesson, they are already confident about the teaching and learning in that day. Remember, I'm a maths teacher. I give them what I call the number lock. I want them to give me attention when I enter in the class. As I enter, I'll be saying number 5. They all know that they must raise their hands and show number 5. And I'll be saying multiply by 2. They'll be saying 10. They all know that they must keep quiet because they have to hear what's next. And I'll be saying plus 3. Remember the number I gave them is 5. They are not starting at 10. They must go back to number 5. So as a respecter of time, can I please conclude? Yes. Mr. B. Mukabela Life Coach book. He has a book that talks about 100% pass. And then he asked a question to say, how would we feel if we can achieve 100% pass? Would feel good, right? And he says, what is holding us back to feel good? In the meantime, we are working on the 100% pass. Because as we change our attitude and get more excited about it, then we'll be able to achieve it. As an evidence of what I've said, that is why the chairperson, these are the awards to show that these implementations, if they are done correctly, they can change the learner performance in the Free State. In 2003, we received position 3 in the Fezile Dabi district in mathematics with an average of 60-something.
And then in 2024, which was last year, we received position 2 with an average of above 70. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Twala. Colleagues, you can see the passion. You can see the content within. She was very practical. She was good. I'm not sure, Dr. Chuta is not here. I'm not sure if she's a deputy principal. Whether she, yes, she's a deputy principal. I think she is wrongly placed. With that mess. Right, anyway. For pedagogy, yes. That's very good. We go to the next presentation, Mayor Mamadi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor Mamadi. I must indicate, the director is saying to me, I must indicate and acknowledge that I invited her at the 11th hour. So we were still talking even yesterday. Yeah? Thank you. Please welcome her.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mema Madi, KS, departmental head from Redzamele Primary School. With protocol established, I greet you all. Shoo. To be the last, it's not easy. It's not easy. Second last with the tone that has been set. But I will just go along with my presentation with best practices that I'll be sharing. I'll be sharing under the 4 pillars of reading, which are enabling literacy, policy, teacher development, learning and teaching, support material, parental and community involvement, classroom activities, and recommendation. Lastly, conclusion. As a departmental head, what is very important, which many of leaders take easy and they don't follow. They just let the teachers have their policies in their files. So what I used to do, what I do is those policies are not just a white elephant in their files. I ensured that the teachers understand what is expected, what they are going to teach also. And the policies are the prescribed policies for literacy. What we do is, even in the meetings, we ensure that those policies we talk about, we ensure that they are implemented, because colleagues, as a leader, what we do, we just check when we control. We go by and just check there are policies in there, and we don't check that they are implemented. So, going to the SBA. The SBA is very important, colleagues. Colleagues, it goes with the police. If you don't know your police and you don't ensure that your teachers understand the policy, which by the SBA must be implemented according to the policy. What the subject addresses also, also the DHs, what they do, they just control, we just control and not check that the assessment tools which make and ensure that the classroom and also the SBA, it ensures that the subject, the SBA tools, they cover with their rubrics and checklist. So as we move by, with the teachers in the meetings, what we do, I give them the DH plan. What in details, what is expected from them. And then, when the tasks are there, I don't just tick what is supposed to be there. I also ensure that when this subject improvement plan is being implemented, we sit together and we talk about the subject improvement plan. They must know what, when they were marking, what they did when they're marking and identify in the error analysis. And I have compiled the subject improvement plan, that we talk about it and understand that when we go back in the classes, we will be implementing the subject improvement plan. With the lesson plan must also in details, it must also be a correct template whereby the teachers take it into easy that no, we are just planning for compliance, which is very wrong. So what I do as the departmental head, I ensure that the right template is being used. That goes with the police. Language, colleagues, is very important. And with our learners, when we go to teach them, we ensure that the template, it involves the focus content, very importantly so, and going with the timetable. Meaning, when we plan in the lesson plan, that the time allocated must be indicated in the lesson plan, which is the right one. Components that are there in the language, which are supposed to be followed, which are supposed to be in the lesson plan. Colleagues, it's take easy that teachers understand it, and they don't understand it. So it's very important as a leader that you ensure we put the right time. For an example, if I can make an example, which will go with the time allocation, listening and speaking, which we are not ensuring that it's 15 minutes for listening and speaking. So in the timetable, time allocated from the police, we ensure that also drop all, it's there. As a departmental head, you go around also to ensure that it's implemented. Going to the phase meeting and the grade meeting. What I do to ensure that colleagues understand in the meetings, which is phase and also grade meeting. I ensure that when I go there, I have made my evaluation that teachers have implemented in the books of the learners what the policy says, what is supposed to be there by controlling and monitoring. Also, colleagues, we know that we control and monitor, but as leaders, we don't control what is supposed to be there. We just put the green pen, which by it's not thoroughly controlled, which is the biggest mistakes, and not only at outlining what is expected from the teachers' books, which goes along with the what? With the police and CAPS. Colleagues, controlling and monitoring of in the language is very important to outline. Now, to outline to the teachers in the meetings what is expected of them in the learners' books, which are number of activities, also focus content. Colleagues, when we come to controlling, it's also very important in the meetings to outline what is expected in the departmental plan. Teacher development under the 4 pillars. As a departmental head, I will ensure now we are not only in the school, we are not only just learning amongst each other. I ensured that with the neighboring schools, like you said, you can see in the picture there, those are the other colleagues, fellow colleagues, where we share the best practices. Same applies with the lesson study. With the lesson study, as we share best practices, what we ensured is that I will ensure that person will be presenting is the one that understands the content, that knows that when we talk about comprehension, for an example, they will be knowing what is expected from the comprehension, and they will outline it and transfer it to the colleagues. So it's very important for PLC colleagues that we are not sitting in our comfortable classrooms and then we are not sharing our best practices. Moving to the workshops. When we come to the workshops, colleagues, the mistakes that we are doing is that we tend to say our colleagues went to the workshops only to find out our colleagues went to just put their names on the registers and they leave. So as the departmental head, you come back and say, okay, you went to the workshop, come back, let's sit down, let's discuss what is expected from us. And we go to the classes and do what? And implement what is expected. We are not only gonna also depend on the district and province. As individual, also as a leader, what you should do, you do what? Self-development. When you do self-development, as a leader, also it's very important not to preach, not to just talk. What do? You go back also with webinars, going online. There are certificates which I could not display here because of the pictures. I have also the certificates where I go to the teachers and say, look, this is the website where you can go and do what? Develop yourself. And also, as a leader, you must not only, like in teaching, we all know that we are lifelong teachers. You must also, when you talk and say, as a leader, please do this, you must also be an exemplar. It's very important to equip yourself. So what I have done, also by going to the NTA, coming to be a winner in the NTA, I always ensure that I do give the others information and not only be the one who's winning. If we win, when I win, we all win. And as I go to address learning and teaching support material. Colleagues, we all know that this is an elephant in the room when it comes to the schools with the finances. But what I will do with the principal, I will ensure that the relevant, like Ndate Monso also indicated, we must buy the relevant books which are graded readers, especially in the foundation phase. Colleagues, it's very important that you don't give you don't give the learners just the books to read. No, you must know your learners. When you prescribe a book to your learners, as a teacher, as a language teacher, you must ensure that it's the right level for learners to read. And also, as a language teacher, you must ensure that you also read by equipping yourself and also going to the learners, reading a book at home. It doesn't matter if you are studying or it's just a book. The learners will also take that culture. And also when you stand in front of them and say, I am reading this book, it's also important that they will know, no, my teacher loves teaching, and you are instilling that culture. So, very importantly, so those readers, as teachers in the primary, if we ensure that our classes are like the one that I have displayed there, we create reading corners in our classroom to instill reading and culture in our learners, which will lead to reading with enjoyment. If as a community we can do that, and as a teacher is starting to be an exemplar, it's very important. Not also saying we depend. I also told my teachers that we're not going to depend on also a principal buying the material. What you do, we go on Nalibali. There is stories there. Very importantly, so like the Pels has said, our learners can read with understanding. So as a teacher, it's your duty to go also and Google or search for other materials where you will empower your learners. So we use also the K5 for a comprehension and also Nalibali stories. What I will do, for your class to be an enjoyable classroom where your learners will enjoy coming to school as a language teacher. It's very important that you use all the resources. So I would also take a speaker in the class and do the audio. Make the learners to listen to the story. After that, ask them the questions so they can be problem solvers and think, put themselves in the story. Also, PRSIP, which is primary school reading improvement program. It's very important. MEC, what I will say very much so with my leaders, our doctor, it's very important. PRSIP is a very good program, and Jolly Phonics. PRSIP, it has all the components.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Please, let's give the speaker a chance. Please.
It's a very good program, which it doesn't only give us the sound, or give us the sight words, or give us the program. All of them, they are packaged in one, whereby you can also, it's accessible to the online, where you can just Google from grade 1 to grade 7, where you can find the material. So, like you can see in the classroom, that is my classroom. It's classroom rich, where the learners, when I'm not even in the class, I have trained them to, when I get out, they read in the classroom. Also, and that they say, like May was reading it, our doctor, we're still using it even today to address and drill the sound, which is phonic. So it's very good when you want to drill the sound. Utilization of DBE books. Colleagues, our educators don't use DBE book. And as a leader, it's very important also to ensure that, also as a teacher, that they are utilizing DBE books. Because there are skills from the police and the knowledge that our learners inquires in there. In the foundation phase, our learners, they are cutting, they are also tracing, and that it also helps for them with the skills that they are lacking. Language is very important, and our teachers are not planning accordingly. Hence, they are not able to use the DBE books. So it's very important to ensure as a leader that the teachers are also using their DBE books. When we involve the parents in the parental and community development, colleagues, like May was talking about the triangle, I always use, we use the pot omohaye, well, in the parents' meeting, that's what we always preach. We say, Renani ma di kotwa, whereby the one leg represents the learner, the one leg represents the teacher, the one leg represents the parent. So I take it very important. So because in the meetings, not only that we address only the finance and also talking with the parents in general. We ensure in the meeting, we ensure that we include the parents, whereby the struggling learners, the parents, we take them aside, that we teach them. When you support your learner at home, what you should do is, if you can see there are the parents, where I was teaching the parents to say A, E, I, O, U. And also, when you teach your learner, when you take the sound B and you put the vowels, when you take a sound B and with a vowel, it will be ba, be, bi, bo, boo. So when you take your time and also educate the parents, they will know what to do at home. Not only do we say we are a school and we are running a school alone. We also went outside, go to the stakeholders and say, can you please donate to us their laptops so that we can use in their languages. Colleagues, that's where we can have the videos that we Google. We Google, we ensure that our learners, we include technology when we are teaching our learners. Our learners now, if you stand in front of them and then say you're teaching, they will just stare at you like that. So it's very important to include our stakeholders. So there's a picture where they have donated their laptop to us. And also, the stakeholders that we include, when we're celebrating literacy days, we have a woman who has an organization where they publish books. She goes to the schools. She goes by the name of Chamsa. And then what she do, she makes her time to come to school to do what? To train these learners in writing, to train these learners in drama. Those learners, they make time to ensure that they also cover the talent of our learners. We cannot move from that. Our learners are not the same. So we have to, in language, we must ensure that to make a language very enjoyable, that we involve all the stakeholders. Colleagues, this is me in the classroom where I was doing digital learning. Learners here in the first picture, they are doing Jolly Phonics. In the second picture, where it's digital learning, they are doing spelling in their tablets. In the third picture, it's Literacy Day, where we have call in the stakeholders to come and join us. And when we celebrate Literacy Day, let us not make a mistake whereby we're doing what, colleagues? We are just celebrating it. With the mandate of the district, we have reading plan where you have to plan for this reading literacy days. So when you plan for them, you must know which activity you're going to do. In the other picture, it's where they are doing language games. So in their classroom, let us not only concentrate on our learners, teaching them in the chalkboard. There I'm teaching the learners that on their own, they can solve a problem. They can be problem solvers and engaging them in the what? In the teaching and learning. Colleagues, here is a reading club where we have a reading club that is functionable. When we say we have a reading club that is functionable, we ensured that in the interscene, also in the foundation phase, we have a committee, we have a file. We also ensure that our learners, they know the days that they will be going for reading club. Also here, colleagues, like we said, to boost our learners' confidence. Also to ensure that I have allocated teachers, whereby the teachers train these learners. The way these learners get to have the confidence, we have started the competition internally to say, before we go outside, we are ready. We don't just take our learners to the competition and just say they are going to participate for the sake of participating. We started to practice our learners at the starting of the year. There is a functional library whereby we have a teacher that is allocated, colleagues. In there, we have teachers, we have a timetable where teachers alternate to see that the learners, we encourage them to go to the library to do what? To take books that they are on their level. Lastly, so, like the previous presenters said, play-based learning. Our teachers' mistake that they do, colleagues, when they are in the classroom teaching the language, they always want to go to the chalkboard and write. Always talk to the learners. It's very important also to model what the learners are, you expect them to do. Also going back to saying, if you go to the level of your learners, play with them. In that way, not showing them that they are learning, they will do it and they will enjoy it. That is the skill that they will acquire. Not being aware, but they will be learning. With the recommendations, my leaders, I say we must have a system that will track the process and also ensure that our teachers are skilled also. A teacher that is skilled and have the rich knowledge of the content will ensure that they put in or they fit in to the learners the right skill and knowledge. If we could have timely so electronical assessment that will make teachers go back and learn the knowledge and the skills that are required for learners every term, that will help. Also, going with the teacher development, videos. Colleagues, what I have seen is that our teachers, they are like our learners. I'm sorry to say it. They don't want to take a book and read. Now, let's go to their level. What we should do, have videos. Take the skilled teachers. They must what? They must act out. They must teach the content in the classroom, and then we film it, and our teachers will watch the workshop, and that will stay even in their mind what they are supposed to do. That's where our educators will be able to have the skills. Going to the LTSM, our principals, also our managers, it's very important to support the educators. It's very important, in a way, colleagues, our teachers they must have Wi-Fi. Also, write books to be bought. Teachers end up losing that passion. It's because they are not being supported. So very importantly so, because it's not all teachers like myself that I will go home with work and Google and prepare for my learners. Teachers want to also use it, the Wi-Fi of the school. So it's very important that they are supported. When we go to the parental, in my recommendation, there's a project that the province have started, where they also include the parents. Ours, there also. It's very important that colleagues, the province also continue, and as a schools, we also adapted it. That quarterly so, we take our parents, where we will have them, and show them what we teach them, and also to improvise at home, and not only depend on the resources at school. Like I also said, PRSIP. My leaders, if I can plead with you, it's meant for IFAL. But if we can take it to home language, African languages, it will help. Our learners enjoys PRSIP. And it does not only take a sound. I know the Jolly Phonics is concentrating only on the sound, but the PRSIP, it's an umbrella that takes them all, which are supposed to be addresses. And the teachers, if you can see, if they don't follow the PRSIP method, they only concentrate on what? One methodology. Going to the monitoring and control, leaders, if we are not consistent, if we are not taking measures to ensure that our teachers are doing their work in the classroom, it goes with their accountability. SMTs, weekly, so like Ntate Mawutswa indicated, if you do not control weekly or fortnightly, our teachers will not do their jobs. Teachers who are not passionate, if you are not as a leader, leading by example, also ensuring that you are controlling, the same applies with the learners. If the teacher doesn't give the feedback and control the learner's book, they are not going to do their job. Same applies with the teachers. So it's very important that we don't take it lightly that our teachers are doing their jobs and then we are not controlling weekly. It's our mandate, it's our job description that we must control and monitor. And very importantly so, as a teacher or a manager, do not control in the classroom. Teachers must ensure that teaching and learning is happening in the classroom. But if you sit down and think that the teachers or the learners will do the work, and you are not leading also by example, not doing the work in the classroom, then that is a disaster to happen. Accountability. It must be at all levels. Teachers to follow ATPs, DHs to control and give feedback and account for learners' performance. Colleagues, if we are not ensuring that our teachers are taking accountability in the learners' performance, like Ntate said, I also agree with our previous speakers. Colleagues, it's very important to know that if you are not going to the level of a child, the child will fail. If you don't take time to know in the classroom your learners which teaching method that suits them, and your classroom is not inclusive, then it means it's a recipe for disaster. In conclusion, I strongly believe that the performance of our learners in languages depend on the quality of the educators and the leadership provided by the SMT. If we don't have a strong leadership who are fighting amongst themselves and who are also not taking their job very important, then it's a recipe for disaster, colleagues. The departmental heads set the tone of the department. He or she is leading. If you are not leading that department as a leader, you are taking your job, you are not seeing that you are very important and set by example, then colleagues, we are leading for a disaster. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mema Madi. Thank you very much. Wow. Colleagues, you can still see the passion. And when Mema Madi talks about going down to their level, I've seen her doing exactly that. When she's with the learners, you will just forget that she is a teacher. So she really goes down. We're going to take the last presentation. You must agree with me. This is a very difficult session. MEC already remarked, there are no gentlemen here. It's only ladies. I represent the gentleman, Tatemunzi.
Okay, okay.
Are we all ready for storytelling? Yes. How many of you are ready to listen? Including our minister, wow. While Dade is doing that, I know there's nothing else for me to say. It's just been wonderful. Also, let's say it's like, you must know nothing. You wanna work each. I really feel that there's nothing else to say except to say it's good to be in the house. Let me take this opportunity to do the special greeting to our minister. I mean, really, who would think and thought that the minister will be still sitting? That is actually talking to be passionate. Hak Freestad, Hak Freestad. Let me not actually take this moment to see if I can do anything shorter than what is being said already. I'm coming from ECD sector, and in ECD sector we sing, we play, we're on the floor. Otherwise it won't be ECD sector. The song that I'm singing while I'm sitting there is the song that is saying, when we are together, we can do wonders. Can you sing just one line with me? Yes. When we are together, together, together. When we are together, together. When we are together, we can do wonders. Together, together. When we are together, together, together. When we are together, we can do wonders. We can sing it in Sesotho, in Venda, in Setswana, in Afrikaans, in all languages. My name is Pule Motseneng, the program director of Ntataise. And maybe I should take this opportunity just to introduce what Ntataise is. Others are calling Ntataise a crèche, a preschool, a school. They call Ntataise so many names. Maybe I should take this opportunity to introduce Ntataise as, like in South Africa, we've got so many names. First, we are called NGOs, non-government organization. Then we are called RTOs, training organizations. Then we are called civil societies. So many names, but we're standing on one thing, teaching the sector of ECD, the teachers, making sure that our children are getting the foundational learning. This is what we're doing. Ntatayse is one of the many organizations that are in South Africa. And we are also one of the organizations that has got multi-organizations that are working with us that make us to operate in the 8 of the 9 provinces. We originate in the Free State, northern part of Free State. We are now on the 45th year in operation. So that will tell you that we have seen more. Maybe I should take water at this point. Thank you. I think it's also out of excitement that we are represented in many spheres in education. And today I'm so happy to be standing in the Free State. I'm sitting in the Human Resource Task Team that is working to a plan after the function shift. That's what should happen to the preschool teachers. I'm one of the committee member in that task team that are working into this. I am the member of the intersectoral forum because we are operating in many provinces. We're working with Department of Education in many ways. When we got this invitation, to be honest with you, we were overjoyed, we're thrilled, we're happy. We didn't even know where to start. And I just decided with my staff that, you know what, we're not going to teach, but we're going to share. What is that we're doing? And having heard the other levels, I want us to take the lower gears, that now we are ECD. We are just born, we are babies, we are toddlers. We are the preschoolers before we can even become grade R's. I put in my presentation here that what is that we're actually doing? It started by caring. You know, after the child is being born, it needs to be nurtured, it needs to be cared for. And when people are starting to work, a child needs to be further taken to being cared for. So most of us would know that preschools also have so many names. They used to be called nursery schools, creches, preschools, daycares. We're calling them so many names. But what it actually talks to is that children need to be cared for. So what we're doing as our core thing is taking care of children, because you can imagine that if it's a baby, how hard it is for a parent to leave her baby with some people to take care until she or he comes back to work. So caring is our first element. And if you look into these circles, that's one thing that came into our mind when we're trying to come and share today, that this will go into different circles. And this topic of centering primary education to us has been something that we're excited to looking forward to. Because really, there's nowhere else to start. We have to start where a child is born. So we're taking that the next circle will be ECD foundation learning. The next circle will be primary school. The next circle will be high school and tertiary schools. So we unfold this circle from being at the center and start to grow it out. And just to show how much we need each other and how much transition could actually have a meaning if we could understand where we're coming from. So the one other thing that we're doing, we are actually taking care of stimulation. As time goes on, this thing of just caring for children, just feeding them, putting Vaseline on them, just changing their diapers, it wasn't working at all because we had to do more. So we are now caring for stimulation through play. And other people, even today, they're still thinking that we are like a dumping zone, we preschoolers, that they can just bring their children and dump them there. We're doing more than that. We're doing stimulation through play. We are actually taking care of the milestone. We're making sure that all children that are registered, we reach their developmental stages. We're making sure that children are getting nutrition. You won't agree with me, Minister, that we've seen children in South Africa that are very hungry. Children are really hungry, and we all know that if you are hungry, your mind, your brain is not working. And you can imagine these little people, they are so active, they need nutritious meals. So we're talking about nutrition, and in that sense, we're also teaching parents as well as at home to say, let's start feed children the right food. I'm not going to go into deeper thing. We're also doing observation because we also wanted to measure how children are growing. We also want to meet their needs. This is also talking to inclusion, that children are not the same. They grow in different, in the same level, but different paces. We're taking care of health and safety because if they are not healthy, they won't even make it to the primary school. We're encouraging parents also to take care of immunization, that children when they are sick. That's why even every morning we are doing health checks, just to make sure that the child is well to start the day. We also give children love, which we actually take it as the right. As right is the right of the children to be loved like dearly. We also talk a little bit in spiritual growth. We also do some cultures and belief. And while we're doing that, we're doing tolerance. I don't want to talk about the situation in South Africa now that sometimes violence is actually caused because our children won't tolerate each other. We also talk on bereavement and trauma. Sometimes we undermine children, that children are human too. They see, they learn, they pretend, they hear. They have all the senses. And sometimes we want to say we're waiting, I don't know until when, that we can talk to them about things. So the next thing that we thought we'll talk about is the understanding why early childhood development learning is so important to us as ECD sector. We are aware that if we can, there could be an ignorance of milestone and development. There will be a disaster by the time they get to primary school. There will be a disaster. We are the first practitioners that can see that this child, physically, she's not growing. Emotionally, she still needs some support. We need to show that before they can even start formal school. Developmental stages, but different pace. We're not actually frustrating children to say they should be the same. They will never be the same. We measure their developmental stages as they grow. And then we're looking into what we call educational goals. We make parents aware that children need to develop physically so that they could be fit. Before they can write, they need to develop their small and large muscles. And you know what the challenge that we're having, we providers, training ECD, is that we are under pressure. Most of the parents in South Africa, they want their children to speak English. They want their children to write 1 up to 100. I don't know why. I don't know, maths teacher will tell us. So we're making them aware, before all those goodies things can come, there has to be first and first. which is physical development, that is actually going to look at the children. We make them aware that before a child can even draw, they had to be physically fit to can sit, like a posture of sitting to be able to can write. And before they can write, they will scribble. They will do whatever it comes into their mind. And that is learning too, because it's the process to something. And that is so difficult to explain to parents, eh? Because the child will be scribbling and the teacher will be saying, well done, because the teacher is looking into the developmental stage. That this child at least can hold a crayon and she can actually move it and she can actually use the hand and eye coordination. And the parent won't be happy. Said, what is this? Are we paying for this? Just to share with you how difficult it is. We are also looking into language. There was much that said about language, knowledge, skills, mental development. There was also mention of intellectual development, thinking, solving problems. People will also even think that children are too small to can solve problems. They can. They can, mostly if we're asking them why. Give them chance to say why. We are having this guessing game that sometimes you'll say, what do you think they used to make a stone? You know, to your surprise, other child will be telling you they're using soil. Are you going to say it's wrong? The main thing is that that child is thinking. It's thinking. And others will say, but soil is very soft. Then the stone is very hard. That is concept learning. We don't need to be hard on them. They can think. They can solve problems. We are also taking care of social development, which is caring, sharing, and getting along. Language development also, that is also including expressing themselves. We want children to express themselves in their own language. Hore lebitso la ka ke nna Puleng. Le bolela hore ke hlaile pula ena. That is actually starting off the self-identity. I know myself. We're thinking that children cannot actually even get along. They can. There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of disagreement. There's a lot of argument. Isn't it what life is? Children are like us. They're not always agreeing. They are not always as cooperative in the class like we would want them to be. But at the end of the day, it's a skill to be developed, it's a skill to be nurtured, it's the skill that needs a high level of technique to teaching, making it fun, making it enjoyable, making rules together, clapping hands together, putting some stars on the thing to say, did you see that? Tepo was able to share whatever with Tabo this morning. We're also looking into gender equality, which is actually looking at, as early as they are, we're starting to make them to be aware of anti-biases, awareness and tolerance. Children can be biased as well, do you know that? Very, as young as they are, because they're learning from us. You know who are teaching children? Us, adults. We'll teach them. The teacher is saying, let's play together. But the parent is saying, you shouldn't play with them. You shouldn't share with them. Your lunchbox is for yourself. Don't share with anybody. That makes it so difficult for the practitioners on a daily basis, because now we are sending different messages to our young children. Others are saying I should, others say I shouldn't. We're looking into the roots and wings where children could actually also understand their surname, understand le diboko tsa bona hore nna ke Motaung, nna ke Mofokeng, nna ke mang, ke Motshwaneng, ke Khiba. Bana ba tsebe dintho tseo. So it starts while they are young to be able to belong, to be able to can embrace their identity. And this, all of this, the root and wings, it's actually brought to us to a wonderful thing to say it takes a community to raise a child using the NCF Birth to 4 framework. Because in all of this framework, there are activities. And in these activities, all these educational goals are embedded in this box that I'm going to share with you. And in trying to answer how to improve learner performance, I think it's been said in multiple times this morning that we have to start from the beginning. We have to understand how ECD sector is actually impacting the children's lives so that we can take from there. Before they can get into formal, they need more of play. And play, and play. Hence we say they learn while they play. And I like for the fact that now we're talking the same language with Department of Education to say it has to be a play-based. Otherwise, if it's going to be formal and rigid, it's boring. I'm just going to share with you of many other programs that we're doing. We are also offering qualification to our teachers. The one qualification that we're giving is Further Education Training Certificate, NQF Level 4, which was one of our legacy education, which is now getting to fade out. We're now going to tap into occupational qualification for the practitioners. So this box, as it is, after we train, it's good to have theory, right? It's good to have theory, and during the training, there will be theory, there will be practical, there will be role plays, there will be brainstorm, there will be all these nice methodologies that we're doing when we're teaching an adult. But after training, we know that practitioners are going to go back home and face challenges, communities. You know what I'm talking about. Other communities are less fortunate than others. They're going back to shabby shacks, and still have to change those shabby shacks to educational learning environment. They're going back to communities that are very challenged with psychosocial problems, that they don't even care about what early childhood development is all about. All they care about is that if I could have something to eat tonight. So, we're giving them this box. This box has got all the topics. About amongst them is All About Me. That has got activities for all the areas inside the playroom. This morning I was so amazed. I've been here in classroom. I'm coming from playroom. So they have all these books, and we have integrated all these topics to the National Curriculum Framework elders, the early learning developmental areas. So for the teachers, it's no more a problem to say, what do I do? Planning for them is an easy thing, because we are also giving posters where they can actually just color in and teach. We also believe so much so that when the teachers are planning intentionally and are aware of age appropriateness, even the educational toys of this world can do, but not when the children are planning and engaging with activities. So this box is with plus 600 activities that teachers can prepare. So there's no more a struggle to can plan. We just choose an activity, and then it's got all the outcomes, it's got all the how to do it, and even the question that we can ask, talking about open-ended questions. I'm also sitting in the 2030 Banapili committee, where we're trying to map up as to how are we going to make sure by 2030 every child in South Africa will be in the form of stimulation before they can even start school. So I'm going to share with you through director, that I've got some pamphlets here. We have started a project. Did I say something wrong? We know, I must share with you, I was told by my staff last week, they say, You must be aware of protocol observed. So I might have said something wrong, but our program director.
All right, Mayor.
Yes, we are so happy that we're so happy with that I said we can share with you this project that we have started in the Northwest. Not that we want to work in Northwest. Northwest is also our neighbor coming from Northern Free State. We have started a program that is actually shaking the ground in terms of baselines, in terms of interventions that are working. So I'm going to share this with you.
Thank
The
you.
minister also visited our project. So, in
Thank you.
another one, the national one.
Mayor.
I'm finishing. So we think the only thing that we can do with you as innovative is to share our goals, plans, achievement, and frustrations while we stimulating children. Let's do that. Let's share. Let us also respond accordingly, share learning and feedbacks. There's been much of PLCs that is being shared. With us, we're calling it peer learning communities. Our teachers are already tapping in there. The preschool teachers are having their own peer learning communities where they share some ideas together. So let us look into our professional learning communities as teachers, as practitioners, as parents as well. As parents, government, stakeholders, and celebrate together. Celebrate together. We can, I like the principal who was saying this morning, if you want to go quick, go alone. But if you really want to go far and deeper, we should have the social impact. Let's work together. Everyone can contribute, and together we can build a good nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Twining. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the presentations, and I must indicate when the colleagues say it's hot here, because when you try to manage time, you look this side, you look at the MEC. When you try to stop, she looks at you. You look at the other side, the program director is looking at you. And the most difficult presentation in the Demloy is that of one slide, because you don't even see conclusion. It just runs and runs. Right, colleagues, can I take, at this point in time, just a few straightforward questions, inputs, interactions with the presentations that we had? I must indicate that they were very good in the Tetladi, quite impressive with the last presentation. I'm going to request someone just to take the roving mic. Mr. Atsu? That. Can you run around? You can be helped by somebody else. It's fine. We have more roving mics. There's another one that side. We have the first hand, Datetladi. Can you also see we have a hand at the back there? You will just indicate who you are, where you come from. We also have the third one. And any other? So that's number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. So we have 4 hands. 5 hands. That you are the 5th one, that Jacobs. Ndate Tladi, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson and Director as well. I am Letuteng Tladi, responsible for ECD. I want to actually make an input. When we're talking about centering primary education, primary schools, we must never ever forget that ECD, pre-grade R, is part of us as education. So whatever that we are planning for grade R going forward, we must think about those pre-grade Rs. Look, for us to say that we've got a very hardworking and well-performing primary school, the foundation of that foundation is pre-grade R. And when we begin to talk about grade R, without saying, what are we doing to influence what comes before grade R, we are missing the point. Remember, one of the priorities are NDP 2030, okay, quality access to early childhood programs. There will never be quality at grade R and upwards if we are not taking care of. And Rona as my teacher or primary school, we must say, who are we expecting from pre-grade R? How are we influencing and assisting Bana Bamme asebetsanang le bona? Because she's in Tataise, a very big training institution. What are we doing to support them? We've got schools that do not even have relationships with ECDs around them. Let us change that attitude. Let's begin. I know district directors know a lot about ECDs, but I would want principals to begin to talk to ECDs around them. Thank you, Kikati.
Thank you very much, Ndate Tladi. Hand number 2.
The comprehensive presentation by our panel members. And then the question that I want to present before them is that how should we support learners with barriers, learning barriers, particularly learners with clinic numbers? Over and above, you will find that we've got a school is declared as a full service school, but the very same school, it doesn't have RE class or teacher. The school doesn't have SE class. Now, Memo Pedi alluded to the fact that with regard to quality teaching and learning and quality results, now how will you produce good results with learners with recommendation that they must go to special schools? Because some of the reports that we receive will find that they are beyond our control. However, you will find that the SBST has done their job. They refer learners, completed the SNA ones and concessions and so forth. And then you will find that these learners really, they do have impact to the results. At some point, even when you go to accountability session, when you present that these learners really, they do have impact, then the question will be, think out of the box. What can you do? But whereas the report says, these learners, they don't belong to mainstream, they belong to special schools. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Question 3. The third question. At the back.
Good evening, colleagues. Chairperson,
I would like to, it's Mr. Skosana from Lister Skosana, from the Mighty Fezile Dabi. I actually have an input and a comment at the same time. Memo Pedi's presentation reminded us how important are our policies with regards to managing our education system. As we go to a bank and you request for a loan, there are specific processes that you must follow. I can comment by saying in my school colleagues, they call me a policy man. Immediately if there's a specific situation, I tell them, wait, I must consult with the police, then I'll come back to you. We are living in this generation, colleagues, whereby we have different type of learners, whereby you are also limited by Section 36 of the Constitution, whereby there's limitation of rights. Now, if I'm saying that if we look at that Section 36, we are restricted, basically, when we look into some of the things. I'm referring to this presentation, whereby he told us about loving them. But now it's very difficult right now when you are going to say we are going to love these learners. I'm just saying. Yes, madam. Protect me, Chairperson. Can I please be protected so that I can...
Colleagues, just round it up, Mr. Skosan.
The reason why I'm saying that, it's because of they have limitations, whereby our teachers before, they used to give us that love. Whenever you see a learner in need, they used to give them lunch, but now it's a different story. You want to give that love, but then again, there are, I don't know, limitations with regards to that. Yeah, and then lastly, I'm sorry, Chairperson. And then lastly, to our lovely presenters, what I realized in our primary school education is that visual learning, there were pictures there. That is what we should bring back to the table in our learners. Visual learning, the concentration span immediately when you showed us pictures. And the special attention to Ms. Twala. I'm glad that we are at this such gathering that I can take your intellectual property and implement it without even referencing. I thank you as I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Twala. We have the fourth question at the back there. Fourth. That it was Mother at the back.
Dumelang colleagues, my name is Bokante Dingwane from Kopis at Dibaseholo Primary School. I'm a foundation phase educator. I actually have an input or an add-on referring to Memo Pedi's presentation. I actually liked how she uses WSE as a tool for a whole school improvement and achievement. As I was listening to her, I thought about an instrument or a document that is used when we are appraised. The form that we use for self-appraisal. So I was thinking that if I could use, or if we as teachers could take that form and use it as we are planning or doing our lesson plannings and assessment plans, it could help us the same way that WSE is helping her, because when you look at the form, the performance standards there are actually talking to our planning. Everything that is supposed to be included in our planning, how we are supposed to deliver or implement on our planning is actually stated there or outlined there in that self-appraisal tool. So I think it would be a very useful tool to use the way that Memo Pedi is using WSE for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt Dingwana. And the last one, can you take it to that, Ma? The last one. Oh.
Thank you.
No, it was Ndade Jacobs. Yes. Over to you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Dr. Zwai. I'm going to make a few comments based on these presentations. My comments are based on learnings. The question I want to pose is, what have we learned from these presentations? And what are we going to do about those learnings as a system? Colleagues, the National Development Plan has articulated a vision that says the children of South Africa must experience the highest quality of education by 2030. We are 5 years away from 2030. And the question you can ask yourself, is that going to happen? I'm sure you can answer the question for yourself. The same NDP talks about accountability. It specifically makes the point that if we're going to improve education in South Africa, we need to hold each other accountable. That's what the NDP says. Says that is the only path to ensure that education in this country improves. I was glad to hear from 2 of the presentations, the concept of accountability came up. And I want to link it to the concept of implementation. My learning from the presentation of the principal from FESLEDA, the first presentation, Memo Peti, was an excellent example of how to implement policy. It's unbelievable what she's doing with an existing policy that we as a system have failed to implement effectively. How she's leveraged, Dr. Chuta, on an existing policy to achieve school effectiveness, to achieve school functionality. And I hope you've seen the passion with which she implements. She uses an existing policy to make her school functional. That is so wonderful. For me, that's a learning on how to implement policy, coupled with working with your team and also embracing the concept of accountability. Wonderful. The question I'm posing, what are we going to do with that experience as a system going forward? Congratulations, Madam Principal. You have also shown us the caliber of the principal that South Africa needs. And the principal who spoke in the morning, we need more of that caliber. And the question I want to pose to the district directors is, what is your pipeline to produce that caliber of principal? Do you have a pipeline that tomorrow we can have this caliber of principals? Just think about it as we're looking ahead to tomorrow. Wonderful. The second presentation by the mathematics deputy principal. What an excellent demonstration of pedagogy. How to teach. That was wonderful. What are the lessons for us from that? Deputy principal, who's a mathematician. And also showing us how teachers need to be concerned about the content of the curriculum across the grades. You know, so that you can make a transition from the silo mentality, you know, of only being occupied with your corner and not understanding what are the implications of the curriculum for you in the grades that precede what you're teaching and those grades that are beyond. That's wonderful. The question, like I say, what are we going to do with that learning? That's expertise that is in the system. Somebody in the morning said, these are the experts from the schools. And indeed, they demonstrated the extent to which they are experts. The third presentation, for me, was a good example. Memamati was another excellent example, an example of good practice at school level on how to manage the curriculum. It was a good example. coupled also with implementing the policy which is there for curriculum management, and also the reference to teacher development. As teachers are called out to teacher development opportunities, what do they do with that knowledge when they go back to schools? Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the whole school benefits from that teacher development experience through which the teacher from the school was identified to go to a course? Because more often than not, we exposed to a situation that says curriculum management in schools is a challenge. It is not managed properly, especially at the level of departmental heads. Today we saw a model of curriculum management at school level, which can contribute a great deal to making the school effective, to making the school functional, and also to contribute to effective teaching and learning. Now, to tie up my comments, I just want to make two more comments. The first one is on policy implementation. South Africa is recognized for having good policies, but the challenge is implementation, not only in education, across government. Internationally, we are recognized for good policies, but we are found wanting when it comes to implementation. But the first presentation showed us that it is possible. If we put our minds to it, we can implement these policies and make a difference in the lives of our children and make South Africa great in terms of an education system that can contribute over time to economic development. Colleagues, you are aware that to a large extent our system is criticized for not performing. We don't have to beat about the bush about that, it's a fact. Now here we have examples of good practice. The challenge is upscaling. How do we showcase them for learning so that the whole system can benefit? I hope the commissions tomorrow will look into this question. I hope that their inputs can find expression in the commissions so that they can also contribute to formulating resolutions that can be implemented. We need to make this summit different from previous summits. The leader of SADTU in the morning alluded to that. We have had so many of these things coming a long way, but when it comes to implementation, the problem comes up. I hope that this summit will be different from all other summits, so that over time we can see what difference has it made, what contribution will it make towards improving South Africa's education system. Thank you.
Now, thank you very much, Tate Jacobs. And we take the last one from Mayor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. All protocol, they say protocol what? Established. Yes, I would like just to add on to what Mem Mamadi said.
Who is that?
Mem is Mem Serekwani from Vredefort Paris, Mokwallo, and I am an English teacher, grade 6, teaching grade 6. I just wanted to add on to what Mem Mamadi said, to say PRSIP is helping us. Like now when I'm teaching my kids English, I teach them the theme vocabulary words, and I encourage them to use the words in a sentence, maybe at least once a day. So I was very happy when I hear them starting to use these words, like maybe we'll be talking about idioms today, and I'll tell them if somebody is feeling under the weather, it means that they're sick. So it is very fulfilling when you hear a child saying, ma'am, they come to you and they say, ma'am, I'm feeling under the weather. So PRSIP is helping us a lot, colleague. That is point number 1. And then point number 2, I was very much happy when I heard that we are involving the parents as well. So with the graded readers books, I encourage my learners and the parents also to donate books, so that we're not only reading books from one supplier. And then the other one was that the intermediate phase, it is very difficult. So I would just like to plead with our leaders to say that please equip the intermediate teachers to teach learners how to read and write. I'm an English teacher, and it's very sad to see learners who do not know how to read and write. I try, but I always get stuck at teaching them the phonics and the sounds. But when I have to teach them forward, it becomes difficult for me because the skill that I was taught at school, it was to teach the content and not to teach the learners how to read and write, which is something that they should have done in the foundation phase. So if we are equipped to teach them that, then we can do that, because it is also overwhelming for us to come and teach the child something that you do not know of yourself. And then again, I also wanted to comment on what the MEC said, saying that we must love them. I think since last year there were a lot of ladies that have been murdered, the boyfriend murdered this. When I came back in January, I made the boy child a project to say, I am going to give them extra love, because most of the time we focus on the girls. And then the boys, we don't give them much love. And as a result, they are very resistant. Like every morning I would stand there and say, come and greet me. They would give me first and high five. And then I decided, no, I'm just going to hug everybody now. But when you hug them, you see they are resistant to love. So can we please, colleague, put our focus on the boy child, because our country now is the way that it is because the boy child has been ignored. We focus a lot on the ladies. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good inputs from ma'am. I had asked for straightforward questions, but I got more than I expected. Colleagues, the responses do not necessarily need to come from the panelists, but we can also respond to the 5 or 6 questions. I will start with them. There were more of inputs, yes, of course. Except the one of the district directors. Dr. Chute, you're going to respond to that one?
No, not really. Thank you very much, Program Director. No, mine is just to acknowledge really the presentations. They were well prepared. Friends, principals in particular were here. If you want to know what shaped me in particular to be, I was one of the good principals in this province. Very good primary school principals, I must say, and I acknowledge myself. Now, and one reason that made me a good principal was nothing else. And I'm vindicated today by one very key speaker. All were very good, but one key speaker was vindicated today. That if our schools can implement and operate within WSE operations, you are done. We are busy with so many things, chop and changing. When the systems and structures are there, are laid down for all of us to start implementing. That lady, don't forget presenters, as you present, as district directors, we are seated here as recruitment and selection agents. We are recruitment and selection agents. Already, come next time. Well done, presenters.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Chute, for the input. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing the session, Ndate Mkhobo, I think I must indicate Ndate Jacobs gave a very good summary of the session. I also see another hand. Thank you very much, Ndate Jacobs. I also see another hand from Ndate Mloi. I must say thank you very much, colleagues. Can I just finish? Please allow me. In terms of the purpose of the session, remember it was about innovative teachings in the primary schools. Yes, it has been achieved, as Doctor just indicated. The presenters were well prepared, and most of my questions, even though I didn't go to some of them, like the question on the use of technology, how it was covered in the presentations, which made me very happy. The issue of, specifically when it comes to the subjects, I must indicate many innovative thinkings were demonstrated. If you look at Metwala's presentations and how she knows these things, you could see that it's things that she uses in her class, right? Ndate Jacobs, you are spot on when she talks about ensuring consistency in terms of how you take forward the content throughout the grades. It shows that she's in control. She knows exactly why it's necessary at a particular grade. That was good. The issue of parental involvement, colleagues, it kept coming in all of the presentations, basically, which shows how important it is. And I think it takes me to the question Jan Tatitladi on we living out pre-Grade R, or which is not the case, because in terms of the theme says centering primary education, and that is why we also had the EED in the panel here. And I think that is as far as I can go, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Chairperson. Program Director.
Now let's give them a round of applause. Mr. Choi got promoted. He's now the director. Yeah, no, Ralebo Memusini. And I see the House called on the MEC to receive. They requested you to receive when Mayor was saying minister. So the entire House is saying, please receive. No, thank you very much to the panelists. You did an excellent work. I was seated at the back, amongst the teachers and principals. And one thing that I noted, and they were remarking to say, MEC, this is what we came here for. As Mayor Mopedi was presenting and was saying to try Monare manager now, one of the teachers said, So they really enjoyed this thing, because these are the experiences, things that are happening, lived experiences. And these are the experts of what is happening at those schools. And thank you very much for the wonderful work that you have done. Somebody asked me, how untate? Hala is a dry run. We did the dry run of freedom. But we really want to thank you very much, Memudiba, thank you very much, and all the colleagues. You have done a splendid work. Aki kala kire kile ka itsibisa kare nna ke moghoba kire. Jwale diketso tsa ka ke tsona tse tla reng ke Mr. Moghoba. Jwale kutle Mr. Skosana wa lista Skosana re ke nna ke Mr. Skosana e re nomoro e re Skosana re tla o bolella ebe neng o Mr. O ska tata. I'm going to request Me Morake and Me Palule to do the honor on behalf of the task team members. And we will request Macmillan, if they are still here, and Oxford, if they are still here, to join them. But if they are not, it's fine. And Memudiba, we will request Memudiba. We will request Me Mupedi. We also request Me Twala, Me Mamadi, and Me Mutswene just to come forward to receive on behalf of the Tasker team. So let us team, I get the presenter since the label mefen. Let us team get nafel and that. So that's why I'm back in a these are the beautiful ladies who are part of the Tasker team who will do so. We'll start with Me Mudiba. Let's start with Me Mudiba. Camera, Me Palule. And then Me Mupedi. Oh, Banga di Nepe. I get a good out to the Nepe, then get party a profile NTA. Oh, and Palula, let's like that. Thank you very much, Memo Pedi. Camera, receive anako. Thank you very much, Me Mudiba, and then Memo Pedi. Thank you, Memo Pedi. Me Twala. Metwala. Then Memorake will give to Memamadi. I had that top, eh? And then the last one, Memo Swining. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Eh? Kenna fellows and promoter Memo Swining. Mare primary ela bona de munse copans lanka ba director of primary onata. No, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. Tomorrow we are starting 8 o'clock sharp. We start 8 o'clock sharp. Now, the commissions for tomorrow, please check at the back of your name tag. Ne? But there are numbers there. Ne? La di bona here. Yeah, no. So those numbers there, the numbers there, we did not give officials, Bondare Munso, MEC, and all other officials who don't have name tags with the numbers. We understand some other responsibilities. But if you have time, you'll come in and out. We understand that. We did not also give name tags to the district directors because you already know your responsibilities. So please, colleagues, we have tried to divide you according to the commissions. If you, the letter there or the number there says 3, it means you go to commission 3. I get it, Dada? You go to commission 3. If it says 4, you go to commission 4. So please check those. Then we also request you, please make sure that you go through the package. If you are commission 3, make sure that you really acclimatize yourself with the questions and everything and prepare yourself. We want robust and vigorous engagements during those commissions. Questions where we did not really respond to the questions. I know there was a question around referrals and inclusive. Tomorrow we have got an item that will be rendered by Mayor Kwelane, which will also then begin to speak to what you raised earlier on. Because I know there was a question, how are you going to be helped with those learners with learning barriers? There's also Commission 3 that talks more to QMS, Quality Management System, like you propose. How do you link it with a school improvement plan? Commission and that Khopane will be dealing with that also. It is also captured in that commission. So some of the questions are already captured as part of the discussions tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it now brings me, thank you very much, MEC. You are released, and we appreciate that you stayed with us up until the end. But you know what I like? MEC could be permission on now, Zama. That's my fair. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that if you have not been allocated a room, those who are coming from outside Bloemfontein, meet with the CSS from your district. They do have got all the information to help you. I'm told that Clarib must meet with Meli Supi because Mekondla has just also left. Meli Supi is managing the process of the accommodation. So on that note, thank you very much. Until we meet tomorrow, 8 o'clock. The summit is adjourned.